I think we're live. Friends, can you hear us? Can you see us? Hello, hello. Greetings, PGS.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Welcome, Martino. Welcome, Mikey. Welcome, PM Ferreira. I think we are going out. Yeah, you can hear us. Thank you, Julian, for giving me the thumbs up there. Welcome, everybody, to the PGS Members-Only Chat for Saturday, December 17th. Mr. Rob Meyer Burnett, how are you?
I'm good. Yes, I am good. You know, doing a lot of streaming, doing a lot of working on various projects and all that. Things are good.
You're like the busiest man on the internet.
It's weird. Yeah, I mean, and working on a movie. By the way, Tango Shalom available to stream on Peacock now. You can watch it on Peacock.
Fantastic. That is great.
Now it's been blessed by the Pope.
It has been.
That's yes. Pope Francis blessed Tango Shalom.
So how does that work? Is there an original print, like an initial print that is considered the master print that he blesses, and then that spreads the blessing to all the other versions?
No, it's kind of interesting. Back in 1982, Pope John Paul II appointed an archbishop, Archbishop Machado, to do outreach for interfaith, to reach out to other faiths, to create interfaith dialogue.
Yeah.
That archbishop is a friend of one of the actors who's in the film, Yasir. And they knew each other, and Yasir had been sending the movie to Archbishop Machado, and because it had its world premiere in India, and then it started playing around the world. It played in Turkey. It won the audience award at the first Islamic comedy film festival in Rabat, Morocco.
Right.
And so Archbishop Machado brought the film to the attention of Pope Francis. And Pope Francis blessed the film and blessed us, the crew. And there was an article in the Vatican newspaper about this.
Wow.
And I was like, that's what I said. I'm like, really? I mean, you know, maybe I just got to hang up the Spurs. You know, I'm working on this movie now called The White Devils. I don't think it's going to get blessed by the Pope. But hey.
That's awesome.
What can you say?
All right. Well, we've got members patiently waiting to get into the Zoom room. A couple of things. We're doing some adjustments today, Rob, because I know these streams have been going way too long for everybody.
Yeah, I've only got until, I think, 3:30 too.
Yeah, and I want to point out to folks, those of you who are in the Zoom chat, you might want to have the YouTube running in the background as well, muted, because I set up a timer. We have a little timer now set up. If I'm going to show it here, if you are on YouTube, you'll be able to see it coming up kind of on the top right corner of the screen, and it's set up to 5 minutes again because we're trying to kind of get everybody through as quickly as possible. So as you can see that timer there, if you're watching on YouTube, you'll be able to keep track of your time. So like Rob has said before, you can get to your question or comment right away. You don't have to worry about saying greetings or hello or anything. No platitudes, right, Rob? Let's just get to the point.
Yeah. That's right.
So I will use that timer to help you guys keep track of your comments and such. And again, I hate to be such a pain in the butt about timekeeping, but I know that we want to make sure that we respect everybody's time. And later on, if people want to watch the show later, some folks are like, I can't watch a 5-hour show. So we want to make it so that even those who weren't here can enjoy the show as well. So anyway, that's how we're going to work on that. Anyway, right now we are doing the famous waterfall of fans coming in here. So we're ready to let everybody pour in. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody's joining us in our members-only chat. RM,
full house. That's good.
Was up late last night. And remember, you can raise your hand using the reactions button that is available in Zoom, and that will put you on the queue to be to have you chat with Rob. In the meantime, let me go ahead and
hello, members.
Yes, welcome.
Welcome to today's member chat.
Let me switch the view to speaker so that we can focus on our specific members who are going to be chatting. So let's do that. All right. And
I need a space heater. Just saying.
I got a little fan going on right now, so because we're actually I'm kind of warm in this room here. So let me see. Let me go ahead and make sure that I pin you, Rob. Pin. Boom. There you are. Okay. And then what I will do is I'll show up on the bottom corner here, and we are going to get started with Joey Hamilton. And Joey, you should be able to unmute now.
Right. Can you hear me?
What's up, dude?
I saw Avatar.
What'd you think?
Well, we've got star-crossed lovers, a mustache-twirling villain who shoots at the main characters at the end, a sinking ship with, this is basically Titanic in space, so F- for me.
Oh, boo.
No, in seriousness, I thought that it was one of those movies where everything kind of, feels like it's going to be different now. It was by far the most impressive visual. A lot of people are saying that, it's visually impressive, but I think it's on a whole other level in terms of that. And people talk about how you really can't be amazed when you go to a movie anymore because technology has gotten to a point where there isn't going to be, one of those just groundbreaking visual experiences, and bull crap on that, because that was completely mesmerizing. I was just like completely enchanted the entire way through in terms of just being immersed. You feel like you went to Pandora and were there for 3 hours, and there really isn't a feeling of pacing problems because you just don't really care. You're not. It's not the kind of movie like, people like, there's a second in this series. So if you think of Empire Strikes Back, where the heroes are on the run and it's just like boom, boom, one thing to the next. Not to disparage that movie, but this is like the type of movie where you're just kind of immersed, and you're just kind of, you don't mind that you're spending 10 minutes in a underwater, just kind of watching the characters learn how to ride this aquatic species. It's just that kind of movie where you're just immersed the whole way through. And then,
now, did you see it in IMAX 3D?
IMAX 3D, yeah. Which
that's the way.
Unfortunately, I can't imagine another way of watching it. It's going to be difficult.
No,
but
I was astonished, even from, first of all, the 3D in Avatar and now Avatar: Way of Water is so beyond what 3D actually is.
Yeah.
To the point where, like, when it's raining in the beginning of the movie, and one of the things that freaked me out is just the opening, the particulate, whatever was floating just in the air. Like you see little seedling, whatever is floating in the air of the jungle. I was like, that's incredible. It was incredible. But I think, like you said, I really believe that James Cameron's point is, and I was just saying this, I've said this a couple times now, is he knows, he's a man, he understands, he dives to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. He knows that humanity we must protect the environment. I read our article the other day where it's literally raining microplastics in New Zealand now. It rains plastic in New Zealand. And nowadays, when you have people on this planet that believe the earth is flat, to come out and start talking about saving the whales or saving the environment, people tune out, make it a political issue. James Cameron is making these Avatar movies, I'm convinced, more now than ever. So future generations, or people that watch these collectively, they're going to be made aware that we must be better custodians of this planet.
Yeah.
And the best way for him to do it is, why don't I make rousing entertainments and let people glean what they glean from these movies, but hopefully they'll get the not unsubtle message I'm trying to put across. And he's wrapping it in a very familiar bow. Titanic was Romeo and Juliet on a sinking ship. He combined most of his tropes from his other movies into one big movie.
Even every character, it's all tried and true. You could say it's sort of formulaic, but I liked that everything you said about that. I listened to part of your stream last night, and you were talking about, even look how it makes you think about protecting whales and all the animals of the earth. And you talked about how, you see your dog and you see real intelligence. Like, I've seen that with my dog, where even when you're playing with him, we'll be like chasing each other around, some object, and you'll see him like double back because he knows you're going one way, so he'll go the other way. Like, there's intelligent thought. And I produce a children's show, and we had a season about animals. So I had opportunity to go out and spend time with dolphins and alligators and camels and all these different animals. And one of the things you notice is how much a lot of these animals are like dogs. You know, dolphins, like they have sophisticated play. They learn commands. They're very expressive. And even I went to a farm and we were feeding a cow, and they open the pen and the cow goes out and starts running around and jumping exactly like a dog. And it just makes you just kind of a lot of like how you talk about racism, where you go and experience different cultures and stuff, and you become less racist. You will care more about animals if you go out and meet them and learn how they function.
Yo, and I think one of the great tragedies of existence on this planet is this idea that we have dominion over the animals. And I know Darth Plato was saying that last night, but the thing is, we live in a biosphere. And this biosphere, from the submicroscopic level all the way up to the largest pachyderm or whatever, is all a part of that biosphere, and we're not removed from that biosphere. And what James Cameron, I think, is really his message is to make these movies entertaining, but he's going to hammer home the idea that we as human beings have to be great custodians of this closed biosphere, because we don't have any other biosphere. And when it's gone, it's gone. And the fact that it becomes a political issue at all, like if microplastics are raining on New Zealand, our answer now is like, well, what are you going to do? Well, how about not put plastics in the ocean? How about let's stop that? But that becomes we need the will to do it. Well, no, it's a matter of life and death collectively, but we're not,
All right. Thank you so much, Joey. Moving right along, Hassoni Parker is here. Let me go ahead and unmute Hassoni. Hassoni, you should be able to unmute now, my friend.
What's up, dude?
Hello, Rob. What's up?
How you doing?
I'm good. Do you hear me?
Yeah. How are things in Sweden?
Sweden is good, actually. I'm with my ex-girlfriend. We share a son,
Right,
so, yeah. So nothing. I'm just chilling. Just
Nice.
wanted to see you.
Good to see you. Good to see. Are you going to go see? Have you seen Avatar: The Way of Water yet?
That's why I'm so fast here today. I haven't seen Avatar yet, and I can't hear any spoilers.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if this.
But I know
spoilerific
a lot of the movie, but I haven't seen any spoilers. I'm gonna see it on Monday on IMAX in Stockholm.
Oh yeah, IMAX 3D is the way to see it.
Exactly. So.
100%. But it's good to see you. How's the comics? Oh, I can't hear you anymore.
Yeah. Hassoni, we lost your audio. Oh, you somehow got muted. Let me go ahead and I'm asked. You should be able to unmute now again. I don't know what happened. There you go. No. Rob, you're not hearing Hassoni, are you?
No.
Yeah, I think we keep losing your audio, Hassoni. Hold on a second. I'm gonna say ask to unmute again. Go ahead and try
those
to
damn
unmute
Swedes. They're cutting you off the source.
Try it again, Hassoni.
Wait, now we can.
Now
there
we go.
There we
Yes,
go.
sir.
We can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah. So with the comic, Rob, is going good. We have written the fourth script for the fourth issue.
Yeah.
And we are selling 3 issues in our website. And I think I sent you the first issue because I found that your PO box on your site actually.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So maybe 1-2 weeks you'll have it.
Okay.
And I would appreciate if you could just open it with Dieter.
Oh, okay. On Let's Get Physical Media, I'll do that.
Yeah.
For sure. Oh no, that would be hilarious. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, man. Yes. I love you guys. So
yeah.
Rob, I saw the movie Killing Zoe.
Oh, the Roger Avery movie from early '90s. What do you think?
Fucking loved
it's good,
it.
isn't it?
It was like Heat, but inside with pulse.
Yeah, Well, you know, Roger Avery, who directed that, worked with Quentin Tarantino at the video store, and now they have a podcast together.
I know, Video Archives. I know.
Yeah, Video Archives. It's a great podcast.
I love that podcast, but the only thing that is a bit annoying is that he has his daughter there who's going to explain everything they're going to talk about. That's just a little bit annoying for me.
No, I know what you mean.
You know what I mean? I just want to hear Quentin talk, whatever he's going to talk about. I want to know what she's going to say, you know. But it's a good podcast.
Yes. It's a good podcast.
Yes, bro. And that was a good movie. Really, really good movie. Honestly.
Yeah, no, I love that movie. God, I haven't seen it in ages.
And you remind me, actually, 2 weeks ago.
Oh,
we were talking about it.
See, it's just follow my lead. I won't lead you astray.
I am, Rob. I am following your lead. And you know what? I'm noticing that you have an alias persona at the John Campia show. It's like, listen. It's like you're yourself, but you're like your more professional self. But here, you're your cool self, right?
Well, I look at it this. When people say that to me, I'm a guest on John's show.
Of course.
And, you know, I'm a guest on his show. So when I go on his show, I mean, I don't lie, but I definitely, if I was going into a professional environment, I would be more tempered in terms of my personality.
I respect that, bro, really.
Yeah, I mean, especially as I'm getting older, like I have a serious problem in the sense that I don't think of myself as much older than 16 years old because I've loved the same shit all my life. So my unfortunately or not, I'm kind of the same person I was when I was 16. I mean, in terms of what I like and what I believe, I'm older and wiser and I have more professional experience, but I'm still like that kid. It's
same here, bro.
It's problematic in certain professional situations. So when I go to John's, when I'm on John's show, I try and be professional. Like, you know, when I'm on the show, like last night, when I'm on with Lael and if I start talking about fucking, I like Lael's response. He just laughs and
amazing, man.
Talk about Henry Cavill or Sam Worthington, and it's great. I love all that.
That was a fun stream. That was a fun stream, man. You guys are like the best three on YouTube.
Oh, thank you. It's so much fun to stream with them.
I love that. Well, I did see one more movie. I mean, I almost see like 3 movies every day, you know?
Right, sure.
Old movies.
What was the other movie you saw?
I saw, what's the name again? I saw Thief.
With James Caan?
Of course.
That's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite movies of all time.
I can imagine, but bro, that was one of the coolest performances I have ever seen. Oh my God, he's such a badass. He's so metal.
If you want to pinch me, you pinch me. In the meantime, get your hands the fuck off my car. It's great. So, all right, man. Well, I'm good to see you. But Thief is the best. If you guys haven't seen, it's Michael Mann's from 1981. Michael Mann's first feature film, Thief, starring James Caan, Willie Nelson, Tuesday Weld, and Robert Prosky as one of the great low-key villains in cinema history. Check it out. So good. And
Such
Tangerine Dream does a great score.
It's such a great movie. I love Thief.
So good.
Yeah. Julian Mushkin, you should be able to unmute now, my friend, and I'm going to go ahead and add you right here.
Can you hear me?
There you
Yes,
are.
sir.
Welcome, Julian.
All right. I have show and tell today.
Ooh.
Class. I have.
Is that the book
There it
from
is.
England? Is that the
It is. This is the special one.
Oh.
This is the case that it comes in. And we have all the special.
Oh, man. I didn't know that had come out yet.
Yeah, they started shipping it this month, or actually last month.
I love the Space 1999 one, so I can't wait because I love UFOs. One of my favorite things ever.
Comes with these head striker ID cards.
Wow.
And this folio that has a bunch of extra stuff. So
now I'm so jelly.
status
I'm so
report.
jelly.
a nice graphic of the moon base.
Oh man.
Letterhead. Ned Straker's office. Poster from the cat with 9 lives.
Wow.
10 lives.
10 lives, yeah.
Photo of a
Wow,
planet. I'm wondering if this is supposed to be like when they tried to get that satellite to take the picture.
Yeah,
of,
that's probably for the episode close up.
Yeah. And then a guide to all their vehicles.
Oh, man, that's so cool. And that's the special edition version of the book?
Yeah, that's the special stuff.
Oh man.
In the book itself. Right here.
Oh boy, I can't wait to get that.
Yeah. And it's chock full of extra stuff. I just love it.
Well, you know, it's funny because my friend Bill Hunt from the Digital Bits, we wrote a proposal for a sequel series.
Yeah.
That we sent that they didn't bite on, but I would love to have done it. I still want to do it. If I'm given a choice, I would give anything to revive this show. It was interesting because one of the comments that we got was that we leaned in the reboot of the show that we wanted to do. The first UFO series actually happened because it took place in 1980, and then our show takes place in 2030, and the alien threat and shadow has been sort of forgotten. And yeah, that's so cool. Gotta love all that, man.
It is awesome.
I'm jelly.
Well, you'll have yours showing up soon.
I don't have that. Yeah, hopefully it better. Man, I can't wait.
So I got the special edition and one of the standard ones also.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I tried to do that with the Moonbase Alpha one also, but we were only able to get the standard.
Yeah,
I wanted to get that nice case that comes with it and everything. Darren Doctorman got one of the really nice ones.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So that's
great
that's
book.
Pretty much what I wanted to show off.
Well, now you've made me jealous beyond. I need that book in my life.
Hoping to go see Avatar soon.
Go see it in IMAX 3D.
That would be the plan. Yeah. Although, you know, when I saw the first Avatar in 3D, and it gave me a headache a little bit. I'm hoping that won't. That that was so many years ago that I'm hoping the process is a little bit different.
Yeah, it's astonishing. And what's really interesting, and you know, there's variable frame rates. It switches between 48 frames per second, 24 frames per second. I thought it was pretty interesting the way they did it. It didn't bother me. A lot of people were commenting on it, but I thought it actually worked really well.
It didn't. It wasn't too bright or anything, was it? I mean, I remember The Hobbit. That's the only other thing I've seen like in the high frame rate, and I just didn't like the way it looked at all.
Well, the funny thing about high frame rate, we were talking about this last night, is high frame rate is basically how we see in real life. So the thing about high frame rate is it looks real to our brains. Like it looks like we're actually seeing something that's right in front of us. So the distance that persists. So when a film is running at 24 frames, you're watching 24 still pictures that are shown to you in 1 second. And there's our persistence of vision creates the sense of motion, but it also creates a distance between the filmed image and our perception of reality. Well, high frame rate takes that away, and it tricks our brain into thinking what we're seeing is real. Like it's how we actually see reality. So high frame rate doesn't look like a movie.
Yeah, well,
it's
to me it looked like well, because of the lighting, it made it look like everything was filmed in a set.
Right.
Too much. Yeah. It looked too much like the British, you know, like the British shows, like Doctor Who and stuff.
Yeah. Well, it looks like it was shot on videotape.
Yeah.
You know, and it's problematic because, you know, I learned in the art department when you work on films, when you have like scenic painters can paint a plywood wall and make it look like it's stone. And when you are watching something in HFR, that unreality is very apparent. And I thought for The Hobbit, when I saw it, I'm like, man, I did not dig it. I did not dig the high framing. So,
Thank you, Julian. Thanks for showing that cool UFO set.
man, I gotta get that book. I've got the Space 1999 one right up there, and I need it.
Marcus Bisma coming up. Marcus, you should be able to unmute now, and I'm going to go ahead and add you to the stream. Welcome, Marcus. Hello, Marcus. We can't hear you or see you.
We could leave him there and just leave his hand up and move on to like Stubble. Stubble's next.
Let's see. Oh, did I lose Marcus?
Oh, he's muted. Marcus is muted.
Marcus is muted, but then I'm not seeing him on the...
There he is.
There we go, Marcus. Let me
Welcome,
see what's
Marcus.
going on. Can we still not hear him?
Yeah, we're not hearing you. But we can see you.
Okay, I'm going to try to request to unmute you again now, Marcus. Go ahead and try to unmute again.
Hi, Rob.
There we go. Now we can hear you. What's up, dude?
Okay.
How you doing?
I'm good. So, Rob, I haven't seen Avatar yet, but I want to talk about movies with simple stories. One of the best Indonesian movie of all time, which is My Country, is The Raid.
Dude, or as I like to call it, The Rad. Or The Rad 2, instead of the Raid 2 Barandal, The Rad 2 even radder. How much do I love The Raid? I'll tell you, a lot. I love and you're right, simple story. The Raid, if you guys have not seen the Indonesian martial arts epic, The Raid and The Raid 2, why haven't you? And get on that right away, because man, do I love that movie.
The thing is, movies like The Raid, Mad Max Fury Road, Gravity, and the first Avatar, all were criticized for having simple story, which I don't think it's fair. I think all those movies are great because the story is so simple and the spectacles is amazing.
Yes.
Would you agree with that? And is simple story, why is it a criticism? I don't get it.
Well, I think that there's a certain, because films can be many different things. You can watch a Tarkovsky movie like The Sacrifice or Stalker or something, and there's profundity to be found there. But I think that, it's as if people, I think there's a prejudice against simple stories. They think somehow a simple story is easier to do than, say, a much more in-depth. And that isn't true. In a way, simple stories have to be even more well executed for the simplicity of the story to work. And The Raid is essentially a one long action scene, and yet it's so. I watched that movie and my jaw always hits the floor.
Yes,
I don't know how they did it. Those long. I cannot believe somebody did not get killed when making The Raid. I mean, even now, I know somebody didn't die, but it looks, those fight scenes when dudes are getting thrown off balconies. I can't believe no one died in making that movie. And it's incredible.
If you compare The Raid 1 and The Raid 2, I think The Raid 2 action scene for me is better, but the story is too convoluted.
Yeah.
Me.
But the thing about The Raid 2 is there's the scene when the dudes are fighting. There's a fight in moving cars from one car to the next.
Yeah.
And the way they shot that scene, they were actually passing the camera in between the cars and around the outside of the cars when they were fighting. I mean, it's insane. It's insane that Gareth Evans.
Gareth Evans.
Or Edwards.
Gareth
Evans, because Gareth Edwards made Rogue One and Godzilla. But Gareth Evans, the fact that he even figured that out, and those movies are so much fun. I love those movies so much. But you're right, The Raid 2 is completely convoluted, but I don't care because the action scenes are amazing.
For me, as an Indonesian, I'll give a different perspective. The dialogue is extraordinary, and I mean, you can only if you want to understand Indonesia. It's there are some words that never been said before in a movie, like a curse word that never ever been said before, and I was like, wow.
Wow, see, I wouldn't know that.
It was astonishing.
Can you say what the curse word is?
It's like the F word, but
Oh, because it's funny whenever I hear, when you hear
Yeah.
curse words that aren't in your language, they don't even have
No,
no
it's-
resonance.
it's an F word that is in my language, but I mean, like Rob, back to story. I mean, I read a lot of novels. For me, it's like if I want to experience rich stories, I read novels. I read fantasy novels. I mean, movies there's only 2 hours of movies. There's not much you can say in the movies. In the novels, like for example, the Monte Cristo novels and the movie, there's only so much they can put in the Monte Cristo. The story's long.
Right. Yeah, of course. Have you seen the trailer for the French Three Musketeers movies?
No, I
The,
haven't.
the new ones? Look those up because they look incredible. There's 2 different Three Musketeers movies coming out. I mean, they're the same story, part 1 and part 2, and they look incredible. They're in French, so they finally got around to making a Three Musketeers movie in French. The trailers I saw the trailers. I'm like, oh man, you got to see that. It looks amazing. And Eva Green's Milady. So yeah, bring it on. Of course, I think it's middle of next year or something. I can't wait.
So Avatar is recommended.
I
and
loved
on
it.
IMAX.
Yes, IMAX 3D. I loved it. But then again, I loved the first Avatar. And I, like I said, watching this movie, I think it really is an experience. I mean, yeah, you're gonna get a very simple story with elements you've seen before, but mixed up in a very interesting, fun way. And it was just jaw dropping. I was slack jawed the whole time.
Thank you so much, Marcus. All right, Rob. I think now we've got Stubble McShave coming on board. Stubble, you should be able to unmute now. I know we're having a little bit of trouble with the muting. I'm not going to touch it. Okay, looks like Stubble is unmuted now. I'm going to go ahead and add you. Welcome, Stubble.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Rob.
How's it going? What's up, dude?
I have a little bit of a cough, but you have as well, so we're on equal terms.
Yes.
Yeah. I had a few things I wanted to bring up, but we'll see how much time I have. But let's start with Warhammer.
Oh,
Okay.
Are you excited?
Yeah. I'm by no means an expert. I'm sure other people here are much more versed in it than I. But I played it in the 90s and the early 2000s a bit, and I read a few of the novels and was really fascinated by the world. And it's a cool world. And you can do a lot of different stories in it.
Yeah, I mean, I had a friend that I worked with, a guy who was totally into Warhammer. He had thousands of figures in his armies, and they would stage these. You'd have people come up to the studio and play these huge games.
Yeah,
it was on. They put out giant pieces of plywood on sawhorses and then set up these gigantic games. I mean, it was incredible to look at. I mean, I've looked at. I mean, Warhammer's. I get obsessive about things, and I love the model, like the ships, the spaceships and stuff. And it's so expensive. I'm like, if I fell into that, like, for a while, I was getting. I think it's White Dwarf. There's a weekly Warhammer magazine that comes out.
Right.
And just I wanted, when they came up with the Harlequin army, I'm like, oh, I want a Harlequin army. I'm like, no, I can't do it because I become obsessive about it. I'm like, there's no way, I cannot.
Well, I was lucky in that a friend of mine and his brother collected a lot of this stuff. They had several different armies, so I just joined the game, and so I didn't have to pay up a lot of money to get all the figures and all that. But I love the world. I love to read the source books and everything like that. And,
it's very cool. I mean, all the books are.
Yeah, and there are no good guys. There are certainly evil guys, but there are no good guys.
Yeah, no. Yeah. It's a dark universe. But I think it could be. There's a fan film on YouTube. I was talking about it yesterday.
Yeah.
It's called Astarte. Astarte.
Yeah.
Astarte.
Yeah, I've seen some of them. They're pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it shows you at least how something like that can be done. I mean, I think the hard thing about Warhammer is, I mean, I know the books have done a better job fleshing them out, but you know, you need to create characters.
Yeah.
You need to have a big pantheon of individual human characters that you could, or alien characters that you can base it all around, that are people that care. You know, you have to care about all this stuff. But
Yeah. But if I should give recommendations for anyone who wants to just dip their toes in the world, I would say the Eisenhorn book series is about an inquisitor. Like, think Sherlock Holmes crossed with Jack Bauer in
oh, that's cool.
in a future setting, and then the Space Wolf series is you see the induction for a character into the Space Marine world and all that, and those are pretty solid trilogies you can
That's
check
cool.
out. Yeah. Anyway, now for something completely different. I watched the Muppet Christmas Carol.
Oh, that's a good.
Based on Chris Carr's love of it.
No, I've wanted to check it out for several years, but I just thought that why not now? It's been in the news, or not the news, but in the rounds.
Yeah, they've added that song back, so you can now see the song that they cut out. What'd you think of it?
It was charming, but the thing I wanted to talk about is that it's Michael Caine's version of Jimmy Stewart's "It's a Wonderful Life."
Yes.
It's the thing that he will be remembered for in 20 years. They will have forgotten about Alfie. I mean, the general public will have forgotten about Alfie and Get Carter and all the others.
Harry Palmer and everything. And Jaws 4: The Revenge.
Yeah, we will remember that, but the general public will only remember the Christmas Carol that he was in, that they watch every year.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and before I go, I wanted to mention one thing about the previous, I don't remember who it was, who mentioned the Count of Monte Cristo.
Right. Yep.
You know, the Count of Monte Cristo is the answer to is my go-to answer to one of the questions that gets posted sometimes. It's the question is, name a book or a movie that gets funny if you remove a letter. And then you can think what letter you remove from the Count of Monte Cristo and makes the answer funny.
Count of Monte Christ?
No.
Oh.
You remove the first O in the title.
From Count.
Oh, you're terrible. You're a terrible man. You got to get your mind out of the gutter.
I'm kicking you out. I'm kicking you out.
God love you, sir.
We love you. Come on, man. My gosh, that is fantastic. I was just saying that, speaking of the Christmas Carol, if you want to say Michael Caine, the way Michael Caine...
I love that Justin's out there shaking his head in disgust.
I was just saying, Rob, that if you want to say Michael Caine, the way Michael Caine would say it, you would say Michael Caine.
Yeah. Yes,
Michael Caine. All right.
Caine.
All right. Let me get it's Jeff Bingham coming up. Jeff, hold on. You should be able to unmute now, Jeff. Go ahead and try it.
Yep.
Welcome.
How's it going, dude?
Going good. So how about that DC drama going on, eh?
Look, to me, you know, the way I look at it is they're just doing the job they're hired to do. I'm really excited for it. I think that they're going to come up with a really exciting plan. They're going to announce a slate of exciting filmmakers, and I think it's going to be great.
Yeah.
And you know, I don't look. Here's what I look. As much as I like Henry Cavill, the fact is, business-wise, those movies were not. They were not as successful as they were expected to be. You know, and I've been talking a lot about this and how the general rule of thumb is that a movie needs to gross 3 or now 4 times what it costs in order to break even or become profitable. And like, man, as much as I like Zack Snyder's Man of Steel, I'm the first to admit, and I really like Man of Steel, there is no joy in that movie. And Batman v Superman is certainly a dour affair. And if you think about when you put Batman and Superman together, what you should get is, I think from an audience perspective, a movie like World's Finest. You want Superman and Batman to do something that's fun, you know, and you pit them against one another. I mean, it opens with the destruction of Metropolis and Bruce Wayne watching his own building collapse, and it ends with the death of Superman. And the whole movie is just one dour affair after. I mean, you make Holly Hunter drink piss. Well, she doesn't drink it; she gets blown up before. But I mean, you look at that movie, and there's not a lot of fun to be. I mean, I think they're cool movies, and between the nightmare scenes, and we need a DC universe that more accurately reflects what DC is. And we saw that with James Wan's Aquaman, and I think we're going to get a much brighter, much more fun universe. And I really think that's what we're going to get. I'm excited.
Yeah, but you know, at the same time, there's one aspect, honestly, that I'm personally not going to miss, which is Dwayne Johnson trying to hype up the way that Dwayne Johnson was hyping up Black Adam personally kind of annoyed me, and his sort of demeanor over the past couple of weeks focusing on the box office was honestly definitely a turnoff for me.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, I think that he had to deal with, he's not used to failures. And I think that Black Adam, a passion project of his for over a decade, the fact that it didn't do so well, I think it stung. And you know, there's not going to be another Black Adam movie, and I would imagine the last of the current incarnations of what we're getting from DC will end with Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, which is fine. I mean, that means we got 2 great Aquaman movies. We're going to have 2 Shazam movies, a Black Adam movie. I'm surprised to read that he didn't want a cameo in Shazam or Fury of the Gods. I'm like, why? That's such a no-brainer.
Yeah,
it's so weird that they wouldn't want to build that as a universe, but what can you do?
Well, I know talk about Black Adam being a quote-unquote passion project for Dwayne Johnson, but it doesn't feel like it was a passion project. Black Adam was a passion project for him the way that Deadpool was a passion project for Ryan Reynolds.
I completely agree with you. You know, and I think that, you know, obviously Dwayne Johnson comes from a different school of thought, whether the wrestling school of thought. The problem with Black Adam was the script. You know, the storyline. It
felt processed by a studio committee, and Dwayne Johnson was overseeing that. And that is kind of how Dwayne Johnson thinks, to be honest.
Right. Yeah. He's a team player. It's all business.
Yeah, with the studio executives. But I feel like his ideology and James Gunn's ideology are not exactly a match for each other, to be honest.
No. Well, look, I mean, James Gunn, people forget he's a novelist. He's a screenwriter. He worked his way up in the industry. And look, I don't think that James Gunn is going to turn the DCEU into everything is going to be Peacemaker or the Suicide Squad. It's not going to be that way. He's going to hire, they're going to have an overall mandate of the kind of movies they want to make that have to have a sense of entertainment in terms of their tone. They, like I keep saying, it's all about tone. And the tone of it, when you see Batman and Superman together, it should eventually put a smile on your face. You know, you want to see these guys when they interact, and same with the Justice League. And as much as I appreciate Zack Snyder's point of view, it's not really for everyone. And I think that there's you've got to tailor your cinematic universe to the audience at large. Like, what is it that they want to see?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And, you know, honestly, going back to Dwayne Johnson, in terms of like upcoming projects that he has, they have no appeal to me, to be honest, because the first thing he's got, which he's working on right now, is that Christmas action movie for Amazon, where we still know nothing about what the movie's about. They just insist on the marketing buzzwords, telling us what the marketing buzzwords are. And then I think I read that his next movies are going to be Red Notice sequels, and we already expressed how we feel about that. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know how you feel about those. I mean, I know how you feel about Red Notice.
I thought Red Notice and The Gray Man were a waste of $400 million. You know, I mean, they weren't great. They weren't great movies. and Netflix has to step up their game. Hopefully, they will. So,
sorry, Rob. Thank you, Jeff. Rob, I've neglected to mention some super chats, so I wanted to make sure that I took care of those because folks are submitting those in. So we have our good friend Martino Silmoni.
Martino Silmoni, the man who makes Play Trek.
So back when we were talking Avatar, he says the computers used to render Avatar will be leaking poison in the African grounds next year. Planet Earth will create an ecosystem around plastic. We will not be able to live in it. Okay.
That's kind of what David Cronenberg's movie Crimes of the Future is about.
Oh, interesting. All right. Okay, and then Cardinal Sin came in with a $2 super chat, just wishing everybody a good morning. Hope everybody is doing well. Thank you, Cardinal Sin.
He's got an Invaders from Mars poster on his wall, which I love.
And then lastly, we have Martino again with a $10 or 10 CHF super chat. Is Rob disrespecting Jaws 4? I think this was with regards to your comments about Michael Caine. Nat, you are sadly right, but some of the underwater scenes are the most disturbing.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's joy to be found. But yes, I was disrespecting Jaws 4. This time it's personal. Come on.
Oh, we got one more super chat, $5 from Jay Bling. One final remark about my erotic thriller script. It's a Christmas movie like Die Hard. All right.
I want to see an erotic thriller Christmas movie like Die Hard. I mean, you've already got the parody title for it.
No kidding. I mean, you don't even need to make a parody out of that, right? So, no. All right, I need to hide that. Okay, we have Pedro Ferreira coming in. Pedro, you should be able to unmute now.
Hello?
What's up, man?
How's it going?
Oh, it's going very well. I cannot believe that in less than 15 days, 2022 is going to be over. Yeah.
I know. It's slowly coming to an end. So that's cool. I was just saying, on a quick note, the letters that I've sent at you in the past about like Quantum Leap and stuff like that, should I send them did you say to send them to your Twitter page or something?
Yeah, if you want to DM me on Twitter if I haven't got them. But yeah, what do you think about the renewal of Quantum Leap?
I haven't seen it. I've just seen clips of it, and I know a lot about it, like what they're planning on doing, and it's kind of interesting. But I think there's some problems I have with it, just from the style. Well, the style is subjective, and some people probably like the style, some people don't like the style. In terms of the story, I get what they're trying to do, because if you were going to try and renew the show, like bring it back, you can't do the same thing all over again, because they used up all the best ideas and they would be remaking the show. I think the way they've gone about it in the new series is probably the most ideal way they could do it, as a spin-off show, sort of, as a kind of a revival spin-off show. I just think maybe they've kind of cheapened out on some stuff like visual effects and stuff like that. And like I say, stylistically, it doesn't bear any similarities to the original show.
Right.
Which I think the original show looks outdated, but it has a fantastic retro look to it in terms of how the futuristic parts were portrayed and stuff like that. And I'm going to be honest with you, Rob. Like one of the big issues I have with nostalgia, right, is that every time someone says we're going to bring blah 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 back, okay, we're going to bring it back. We're going to do a revival show, or we're going to do whatever back. They don't replicate the look and feel of what they're bringing back, which is what kind of people like in the first place. People want to see the same characters back. They want to see the same characters back. But if you don't replicate what it looked like to begin with, you just have the characters. You don't have anything else that belongs with it. It's like Knight Rider when they brought back Knight Rider. people like the car. If you don't bring the car back, then it's not really Knight Rider, is it? It's
No,
not,
but I mean, I think it would be the thing about this. The Knight Rider is a great example of problematic of what it'd be. Who's going to be rolling around in a 45-year-old Camaro? You know, like from that era of like the early 80s.
Yeah.
No one's going to do that. So they have to figure out, okay, if we're going to bring Knight Rider back, we have to give him a new car, only because the time in which something is made plays a part. Like there's a reason why when you did Top Gun, you couldn't have them still flying F-14s, because we don't have F-14s anymore.
But the style was very significantly different. It was more that, like, when they did the reboot in 2008 of Knight Rider, they turned it into the Fast and the Furious, which is not, which is again goes completely from the tone of like what the original was. And I don't understand why it's so difficult to just kind of replicate. If you're going to bring back something, you can modernize it, sure, but if you don't at least make it looks kind of like the original, it's kind of like the visual effects in the new Quantum Leap somehow look worse than the visual. I mean, subjectively anyway, from my opinion, they somehow look worse, which is weird because you'd think that modern CG technology should look better than.
But it's all about the design work, you know. And I think one of the problems is, you know, effects are only as good as how the shot is conceived.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the time there's designers and people that are working today, especially if you've grown up with video games and things like that, like physics, for instance. If you're looking at a space battle, I don't like space battles that have no physics at all. And that was like a problem when you watched movies from the early aughts or the late 90s when they started using CG for space battles. Ships would just move too fast, you know, and it didn't work. But I think the real problem is that most things are of the time in which they were made, and when you update them, it's like, unless you have a good reason why, like for instance, I can't watch. It's very difficult for me to watch modern Star Trek, and part of the reason is because they're trying to. Star Trek is a period piece of the future that never happened. So, you know, one of the things about the Star Trek franchise, being a fan of it, is it's had a design lineage since its inception, and we've watched this design lineage play out. Well, when they come and they decide to do a modern Star Trek and they're going to do a visual reboot from the beginning, it doesn't work because you're already talking about a show that's set in its retro future. So you have to follow that design aesthetic, rightly or wrongly. And I think coming along and doing what they do with I can't watch Discovery. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense to me. I look at this and I'm like, it doesn't look like you're asking me to believe that this is Star Trek, but it doesn't look anything like Star Trek, and Star Trek was already about the future. So for you to change it. And I think that if you go and look what they did with Blade Runner 2049, they did a great job, because the idea was there are no computers and cell phones in the future that is depicted in Blade Runner. For whatever reason, their technology departed from our technology. And they made the choice when they made Blade Runner 2049 to keep that, whatever the retro future was in 82 that was being depicted in Los Angeles in 2019 when Blade Runner came out. That's when it's set. When they moved it into the future, they said, okay, we're going to keep whatever this design aesthetic is. And with the screens, everything is going to look not like our world. And it hasn't progressed like our world did. It has to progress like the future we saw in Blade Runner. And that was a really smart choice. And I think that anybody that works on shows should make that choice, you know, and while, like you said, if you're going to have time technology, the problem is this: they think of these shows as being brand new shows. They don't think of a new Quantum Leap as being in some lineage from a show from 40 years ago, because why would they? So it's hard, but Star Trek's set in the future. So to change the Star Trek aesthetic makes no sense. But most people think, well, what does it matter?
Thanks, Pedro. We're having apparently some issues with the syncing. I don't know if it's, you know, Zoom getting streamed out to YouTube might be causing a slight delay. So I apologize if it looks like our audio and our video are a little bit out of sync. I don't know that there's anything I can do about it without shutting the stream down. So I don't want to do that. So apologies if things are looking out of sync for folks. We have one other super chat here that I wanted to make sure we read out from Shaky Jake, $4.99. Thank you, Shaky Jake. On the TJCS show, they asked if you believe in ghosts, and you said that you believe we don't fully understand consciousness. I found this interesting and was wondering if you could elaborate.
Well, we really don't understand like the electrochemical, like why does consciousness exist? How does it work? When does it start? You know, and the electrochemical, when does our brains go from being just meat to where does that consciousness come from? And I think that that's true. The structure of the universe, we don't understand so much. I mean, we don't even, I was saying this the other night, we don't even see all of the spectrum of light that's in front of us. So the idea that we think that we know, like, I don't believe in ghosts the way they are depicted in like movies, especially like Asian horror. If something horrible befalls you in a house, I don't think that basically an anthropomorphized, non-corporeal version of yourself is hanging out there angry. You know, like because the idea of anger and all that presumes that you have a body and that you have emotions and consciousness, like, and so all of these stories that humanity has come up with, whether it's about the afterlife, whether it's our religious conception of what God is, it's hard for us to get away from an anthropomorphized. Like, I think in everybody's mind, God, you think when you start talking about God, like my sister Colleen is a born again Christian, and we talked about these things. I'm like, so what is God? You know, what do you think? Like, obviously God has he has a thought process, or she or it has a thought process. Like, God made decisions to, like, okay, I'm going to create the universe. Okay, well, why did he decide, or she decide, or they decide to do that? What was the point of that? To create a bunch of sniveling human beings to worship this? Why would you want to do that? And if that's the case, why would you want to follow him? You know, and then the whole universe, the infinitude of the universe, like, that's a lot to create. You know, and when you start thinking about it, I personally can't get past anthropomorphizing God in my mind. I can't do it. I always think that there's somebody, like, in the afterlife. We've seen so many depictions. I was talking about the movie Defending Your Life, where Albert Brooks has to defend his life, you know, and they've got universal tram cars driving around the back lot. And that's what heaven looks like. This idea, like, oh, heaven's a place you're going to go. It's a place you're going to go, like what? Walk around? You know, we can't get past that. So in terms of ghosts, I don't think that where does our consciousness, does it just end? Do we just get turned off? But the physical laws of the universe, conservation of energy and all that, maybe we do go somewhere, but then where do we go? Like, do we go to higher planes? I don't know. Right. But even if we went to higher planes of existence, does that mean we go inhabit another body somewhere? Or, you know, I don't know. I don't think anybody does. But that's the whole thing. I mean, in terms of ghosts, the way they're depicted in movies, I don't believe in those kinds of ghosts. Yeah. And nor do I think, I mean, how depressing. If ghosts are really exist, like, you have to stay in the same damn house for 100 years and wait for people to show up so you can go, ooh, or haunt them. I mean, what a depressing, I can't imagine that if, like, look, man, if you had to, if the supernatural exists, that's why I love, like, the Sandman, the depiction of hell in Sandman, you know, or if the afterlife exists, what do you do in heaven? Like, why would you want to go there? And if you did want to go there, the same desires that would make you want to meet your creator and go to heaven would then lead me to want to, like, well, I'd like to make movies. Like, if I'm in heaven and I'm in the afterlife, what am I going to do for the rest of eternity? If I'm self-aware, I'd be like, well, can I write? You know, what do you do for eternity? And religious people they can't give me an answer. They can't, like if you are a spiritual being, and let's just assume there's a heaven, what happens when you go there? Like, if it's a place that you can actually go to, is there a mall? You know, is there hot and cold running water? I mean, there wouldn't be, because you wouldn't have a body. So what is it? Yeah. And when you start thinking about things like that, it's hard to fathom. And then, you know, it breaks down because, well, I don't know, it's unknowable. but it's we still have the idea that there's a God in our minds, the way that we could relate to God. Like I can't even imagine relating to a being that could create the universe, much less, to me, it'd be like being in the hotel room at the end of 2001. I'm being observed by a super intelligence that I could never, my brain couldn't even conceive of whatever this intelligence even is, much less communicate with it.
Right.
So I think there's no ghosts the way we have them in movies.
Well, maybe Alan can shed some light all the way from Israel. So maybe he can jump in here and bring your questions. Go ahead, Alan. You've been
Yeah, man, you're in the
waiting.
Holy Land.
Yeah, you are.
Are there ghosts?
I'll concede. How am I supposed to follow that kind of speech?
I have a question about Superman. All right, I'll let you take over, Alan.
All right, okay. First of all, happy holidays, everyone. Hanukkah's coming. Christmas is coming. Here. So happy holidays and happy holiday special for those of you who are watching it. I know I am. I plan to do it tomorrow. And in the spirit of the holidays and in the spirit of James Gunn, we gotta talk about this. This James Gunn Superman, the end of the rise and fall of the DCEU, first of its name.
Yes. Look, I think we're only in for good stuff. I think
I am too. I'm an optimist as well, and I wrote myself. I wanna take advantage of this stage and reach out to David Zaslav and James Gunn, and all I'm saying is it's not too late. We can still make it. Reshoot the end of Flash, make it have a Rogue One ending to it. Now would be the time to do that. I think that's the obvious way to go.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know what they're gonna do. It's gonna be interesting. I think we're gonna get some good movies out of it. It'll be fun. We've got Fury of the Gods coming. We've got Flash. We got Blue Beetle, and you've got Aquaman.
Yeah. And I want to say we've been there before. Like the DCU has already died once, and kind of came back. So there was like this weird awakening of.
You mean after Batman and Robin had died?
No, I'm talking about the actual DCU. After Zack left.
Yeah.
I mean, this universe has died and rose from the ashes and then died again. And I'm sorry.
Well, no, it did. I mean, look, it was resurrected. The fact that we got Zack Snyder's Justice League, his version of it, is astonishing. I mean, it's amazing that we got it.
Exactly.
And the fact that we got that, to me, that was an amazing thing. And I never thought that we were going to get, I mean, people always say, oh, you didn't believe. Look, we all know there was no finished version of that movie.
Yeah.
They spent $70 million because they had to finish it.
I think Jesus would say, like, it was like hell of a 3 days. We had those 3 days. I think that I think we got like very positive things out of it. The possibility of Ben Affleck directing something in DC. We got the Snyder cut. I know I was satisfied as soon as we got the Snyder cut. I think it's one of it's a masterpiece in its own.
Yeah.
And in that spirit, I would like to also talk about another awakening. I want to talk about the Awakenings film, starring Robin Williams, Robert De Niro, and Julie Kavner. And I would say I don't want to like tell a story or something because I think it's something to be experienced. But I gotta say, if you haven't watched it already, go ahead, find that movie, watch it. The rise and fall of the characters there is a marvel to witness. That's mostly it. And I know I got like 50 more seconds left because of the timer. Thank you, Robert. So I wanna talk about an anecdote. I think the funniest thing. I wasn't born yet, but in 1982, Israel sent a song to the Eurovision Song Contest.
Okay.
And in spirit, you talked about accidental curse words in other languages.
Right.
The song name was Hora, about the traditional Jewish
dance.
And
Let's have a party, we'll all dance the Hora.
And so so the song goes like Hora, da, 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 da. And some of the European countries did not find that word so amusing. It was broadcast live across Europe. I think it got to like top 3 of the songs, but I still think it's one of the funniest anecdotes about it.
That's very funny.
All right, that's it. Happy holidays, everyone.
Well, good to see you, man. I got to tell now since you brought up Awakenings, I want to say Awakenings came out in 1990, and I went with my friend Taylor White, and we went to Tower Records, and we each spent. It was on December 23rd, 1990. If memory serves, 2 days before Christmas. We'd spent $500 each at Tower Records buying laser discs and CDs and stuff. We put them in my car, and we went to a theater that's on Melrose Boulevard. On La Brea Boulevard, La Brea and Melrose. I parked right on the corner of La Brea and Melrose at a meter. We come out of the movie. We walk up to where my car was parked, and my car is gone. My car's been stolen. And it was very funny because we're both standing there and we're kind of looking up the street as if my car rolled somewhere. We're both looking at each other, and Taylor looks at me, and this is way before the movie came out. He looks at me and he goes, "Dude, where's your car?" and we're just standing there, and it was funny. It was right at kitty corner from Pink's Hot Dogs, which is a very famous place in LA. And I went over and called my friend Wayne, and he came and like picked us up. And they found my car on Christmas Day, and it was a Toyota Celica GTS, and everything in it was gone. The seats were gone, the tires were gone, the steering column was gone, totally gone. And what they do is they'd steal cars all the time and sell all the parts to insurance companies. And then the insurance companies would go and put them back in your car, but the car was totaled. Yeah. And that was the first time, 2 times that I had cars stolen in LA.
Wow. Did this movie come out in 2000?
Yeah, no, it came out in, I think it was 1990. So,
all right.
Well, welcome, SA. I'll add you to the stream right now.
Yeah, I was thinking of what is it? What was William Scott car?
Oh yeah, dude, where's my car?
Yeah.
It's funny. After I made Free Enterprise, this is how a career can change. So it was I had an agent at William Morris, and it was between me and another guy, the guy who directed Dude, Where's My Car? I forget his name. Between him and I. And the original script for Dude, Where's My Car was it was like a Cheech and Chong movie. It was all about pot, weed. And the characters called their weed shibby, this made up word shibby. And I thought the script was like a Cheech and Chong movie meets Repo Man. And I thought, I loved the script. And I went in there and I said, in 2000, to make a pro-drug movie, I thought was kind of a revolutionary act.
Yeah.
And I thought it would be hilarious to, these characters running afoul of aliens and they're just stoned the whole time. And I went into a room. This is the only time ever in my career I did this, on the 20th Century Fox lot. And it was a room, must have been 10 or 15 people, executives, producers, sitting around tables. And I pitched this movie. I pitched my version of the movie. And I was totally passionate, and I did everything right. I thought I pitched the hell out of it. And afterwards your agent gives you feedback, and they're like, man, they really like what you had to say. They're really excited.
Yeah.
And thought I had the movie. And then the next day, they called my agents and they said, we've decided to pull the drug element out of the film and turn it into a PG or PG-13 movie. So there's going to be no drugs. And since Rob was so keen on the drug element and making a Cheech Chong movie, they went with the other guy.
Oh, great.
And that was that. I felt like, don't I get a chance to repitch? But that's just how the business works. And unfortunately,
too early.
I met the gentleman, I can't remember his name, but the gentleman who directed Dude, Where's My Car unfortunately passed away from cancer. So maybe I dodged a bullet.
Oh. Yeah.
But I would have had a much better career.
It's too early. Seth Rogen did that 8 years later.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing. Then it became
famous.
Back then in 2000, drug use especially was not, I don't think people wanted, especially, we weren't living in that time where now it'd be fine.
Yeah.
I want to make my great drug-laden erotic thriller to bang against the times, Some guy, some drug dealer falls in love with an OnlyFans model, and they're being stalked by somebody, and whatever. Do that.
Yeah, Oliver Stone sort of, what was that? Savages,
which was based on the book. I mean, it's I am a big fan of. It's funny. I love Don Winslow, the Winslow verse, my Don Winslow shelf up there. I love his books, and Savages was one of his books. And Don Winslow wrote a sequel to that book called The Kings of Cool. That was pretty good.
But they didn't make that into a movie. Yeah.
So how are you doing?
Okay, all right. I still haven't seen Avatar 2. I tried to look for tickets in the Bay Area, and I did. It was all sold out.
Yeah, go see it. Doesn't the Metreon have an IMAX screen?
In San Francisco, yeah. But I think that's probably worse up there. I was just looking in the South Bay and the Silicon Valley theaters.
Oh,
there
yeah.
But I'm going to Chicago, and we're staying downtown, like in the nice part of downtown for a few days. Actually, 2 weeks during the time of the next call, or right before that. So I might just wait till then, because they have a decent sized IMAX.
Yeah, go see an IMAX 3D. By the way, I was in Chicago once for New Year's Eve back in 2009 to 2010. It was fucking cold, man.
I know.
Take warm clothes.
I know.
But I stayed at the W, and that was awesome.
Yeah. There's a lot of. So they haven't done the Star Wars Museum yet. But there are a couple other museums and stuff right in that Magnificent Mile area. So
yeah,
that should be decent.
I love Chicago because it's a drinking city.
Yeah, there are definitely. Yeah.
And it's funny, when I went to Chicago for the first time, talk about Thief, the movie Thief. In the movie Thief, because it's set in Chicago, there's a bar that James Caan owns called the Green Mill. And when I went to Chicago for the first time, I said to my friend Rafer, because I was there to promote Free Enterprise, I go, dude, we got to go to the Green Mill. And he's like, what's the Green Mill? I go, it's the bar that it's a real bar. And we actually went there.
Is it?
I don't know if it's still there. It was was a Wrigley Field. It was close to the stadium. And it was awesome. They had live jazz there. It looked just like in the movie. And it was so funny. All these people thought it was just nuts that I wanted to go to this bar, the Green Mill. I'm like, no, you don't understand. I have to go to the Green Mill. And they're like, of all the places in Chicago that are in movies, you want to go to this bar? I'm like, yes, I do.
Thank you, SA. We got Esmel Taylor coming up next. Esmel. Oh, actually, before I do that, we do have another super chat. Let me go ahead and pull that up quickly. From Martino Sulmoni again. Rob, I'm fighting crime daily in a 1982 Trans Am. I think this goes back to the discussion about Quantum Leap and Knight Rider.
Knight Rider, yeah.
Okay,
well,
maybe
Martino has an incredible collection of cars.
Well, he's got a 82 Trans Am, it looks like.
I'm telling you, I'm sending in my passport. Here's my passport, and I'm sending it because it's expired, and I'm sending it in to get renewed. And one of the things that I want to do with my renewed passport is I haven't been to Europe. I don't remember last time I went to Europe. I haven't been there maybe in 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And oh no, that's not true. I was there. I can't remember. I don't remember. But I'm going to see Martino lives in striking distance of the dam at the beginning of Goldeneye.
Oh wow!
And he said he would take me there.
That's awesome.
I'm going.
We got Esmail coming on board here. Welcome, Esmail.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
How's it going, man? How's your mom?
She's good. She's doing great. She's doing great.
Say hello to her for me.
Yeah, I sure will. First off, wanted to say, so you available on the 1st?
The 1st of January?
Yes, sir. I asked you last time we were talking.
Yes, that's right. I don't know yet because
Okay.
there's a possibility I might not be in town.
Okay.
After talking to my mom yesterday.
Okay. I understand that one. Gotta go see mom. Yeah. Okay. Well, first off, I haven't seen Avatar yet, so we could just.
Well, it did. To be fair, it did only open on Thursday.
Yeah, so we can just kind of skip that one. I'm not even sure. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I really want to go see it.
Yes, you do.
I'm waiting for hear something from my friends. Yeah, I've heard from other people, but I'm waiting to hear some of my friends that have the same likes.
Right.
That's hear what they
fair.
say.
That's
so
fair.
Once I hear from them, I'll be like, okay, I'll go see it because they know what I like. So.
Right. Did you like the first Avatar?
I mean, yeah, I watch it. I mean, it's a good movie.
Yeah.
I don't know about it being like Fern Gully and all that stuff, but I mean, I judge each movie on its own thing. I don't try to look for similarities to other movies. So.
Right. No. It's a lot of look. Avatar 2 was wildly entertaining. It's wildly immersive. I had a hell of a good time watching it, and it was why you go to the movies. It's not like Everything Everywhere All at Once, or it's not like She Said. It's unto itself. It's James Cameron kicking ass in 3D IMAX. It's awesome.
Yeah. And I'm, I don't know. I get with James Gunn. With James Gunn, everybody. I love what they're trying to do. I hope it works. But I'm so sad. You know what I mean? Because Henry Cavill, I'm sorry. He was great.
Well, he never got.
And he didn't get a chance to do. The script. It wasn't his fault. The scripts were bad.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about the Man of Steel. I'm talking about the other movies that he was in.
Right.
It was terrible. It was too soon. I think Batman vs Superman was too soon, and people just weren't ready for it. They need to build those characters more and build them up some.
Not just Henry Cavill, but
something like that.
But Ben Affleck. I would love to have seen a full-on Batman movie with Ben Affleck as Batman. That script, apparently, when he takes on Slade Wilson, Deathstroke the Terminator. I love that character, and to see. It would have been so interesting to see a Batman movie where Bruce Wayne had to go up against Slade Wilson, whereas Batman would go up against the Terminator, meaning Deathstroke the Terminator, not the robot Terminator.
Yeah.
I would love to have seen that movie, and I hope. A lot of the time when someone's written a script, a studio already owns a script. So they frequently will recycle scripts that they own that they paid for that didn't get made.
Yeah.
And if Ben Affleck wants to direct a Batman movie where he's going to have a younger Batman, you could do that script. And again, I haven't read it. I've always, by the way, if anyone out there is watching this and they have the script for that movie, please do send me that script. I want that script. But I'll trade you for the Secret Invasion scripts, which is great too, by the way. Yeah. But I think, look, here's what I think we're going to get that we never had with DC. We're going to have a plan for the next 10 years where the filmmakers that are going to be handpicked by the people that know what they're doing. Peter Safran and James Gunn are filmmakers, and now they're running DC Universe, and they don't want to fail. And I think they know what they're doing. So I think what we're going to get is going to be cool.
Yeah, I have faith in them. They can't really do no worse. I don't think so.
No, and I think we got. Look, I like Man of Steel. I really liked Aquaman. I'm looking forward to Aquaman 2. I like Pattinson's Batman. I'm glad that's going to stick around. They're going to allow him to make his Batman movies. And we're going to get another Joker film. It's so weird because everyone looks to the Marvel Cinematic Universe and expects people just to do that, and that's a hard thing to do.
especially when you're not Marvel. So Marvel does their thing. You got to do your own thing.
Absolutely, and I think in this case, it'll be interesting to see because James Gunn has learned a lot of lessons working at Marvel. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all works. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm optimistic. I mean, it's weird to me that we're being given this great opportunity to have this thing that's going to happen, and hopefully it'll be great. I mean, how many times do you get something like this happening in your life? So I think it's going to be good.
Yeah. I got a question to ask on a personal level. One of my friends, his father's dying, and they took him to Texas, because that's where he wanted. They asked him where he wanted to be at or what he wanted to do. He said he wanted to go to Texas, so they took him there. And I just found out the other day, and I've been texting with my friend back and forth, but there's just some things I want to tell his dad, before he goes. I want some things I want him to know, how he's affected my life. And it's like, I want that to be, I want to be able to say that, but at the same time, I don't want to just call and I feel like if I'm interrupting something, you know what I mean? I don't, so I'm kind of stuck on, I don't know if I should just call him and ask him, if I can speak to him or just try to text him or what,
Look, I think in this case, you've got to go with your gut. I mean, call him up. If you don't call him up, you'll regret it. And what's the worst thing going to happen? That he can tell you that, listen, man, I can't speak to you right now, but, I appreciate you. And if you talk to him and he can't talk to you, write him a letter, send him an email. But he knows you want to talk to him. You can't not talk to him. You've got to talk to him, and he probably would very much appreciate hearing from you. And then you'd be able to say the things that you want to say. And he's still here, so you should do it. Absolutely do it. And if you see him in person, you got to make some of those cookies for him, man. Because those cookies make the best things ever. I'm telling you.
And Esmail, I bet you, as probably somebody who knows who's dying soon, he's not going to put up with any bullshit. If he wants to talk to you, he'll talk to you. If he's not ready, he'll say, write to me or whatever. And maybe this is an opportunity for you to get a little creative. Maybe film yourself sharing with him what you want to say, and send it to him, and then he can watch it when he's ready to watch it. So maybe
or send it to your friend, whose father it is, and then they'll make sure he gets it. I have to tell you, from my own experience with people that have not been long to the world, they appreciate any kind of communication to hear from somebody.
I've been there, and you don't put up with any bullshit at that point. You're like, hey, I know what's happening, so let's just be honest and true. And so to be honest and true. I think that's what they'll appreciate the most.
100%.
Yeah. All right. Hold on. I'm admitting somebody here. Okay, we got Michael Bramer coming up, or Bramer coming up. You should be able to unmute. Oh, sorry, Michael. Are you able to unmute now? I'm gonna try that again.
Go ahead. Looking at Brad Lake's Zappa post. Right.
There we go. He's able to unmute now.
Hey, Rob.
How's it going?
Okay. I'm heading out your way next week. My daughter has going to the two Smile concerts both nights over there on the USC campus.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and then so we're going to do a couple of other nights as well. Got things like La Brea Tar Pits, the Peterson Car Museum,
which is
Academy Museum of Motion Pictures, the Science Museum, and the Natural History Museum over at USC.
Those
Any
are all
suggestions on what else if I have the time?
You have to go see, if you haven't seen it yet, go see Avatar in the Chinese theater.
Oh, okay.
In Grauman's, the big Grauman's Chinese theater, the big huge theater, the tourist attraction. Hollywood Boulevard's a shithole, but if you go to that theater and see the movie in there, and sit in the center if you can in rows M or N.
Okay, let's check that out.
It's real because it's cool. It's cool to see that. And you might want, if you want to take a drive, go up to like Zuma, towards Zuma Beach, Malibu, just past Malibu. If you like divey places, there's a place called the Real Inn, REEL, the Real Inn, right across the street from the ocean. They got great seafood there. I hope they're still there. They've been there forever, but I haven't been there since the pandemic. Or go to a place like Jeffrey's or Joffrey's, there's a couple of great places to eat up there. It's nice. It's a nice drive. It's cool.
No, thanks for the suggestion. Would you suggest like the Warner Brothers studio tour?
Yeah, it's fun. The Warner Brothers studio tour is fun. Plus, you can see different Batmobiles and take some good Instagram photos and stuff. It's cool. Okay. Plus, it's if you've never been on a studio backlot before, the Warner Brothers backlot's pretty neat.
Okay, that's the one I figured would make the most sense. We don't want to try the Universal Studios thing around Christmas.
Although I have to say, Universal Studios and the whole Harry Potter thing is pretty cool.
Okay.
It's pretty the studio tour, but that studio tour is a lot of fun. Warner Brothers is more of a working studio, but the Harry Potter thing it's pretty neat.
Yeah, I was going to catch that with my daughters. They've already been to the one down in Florida, so I'm probably going to do it down there.
Yeah,
I don't know if the one up here.
Yeah, then you don't need to. But Universal's cool.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. My other question is with Henry Cavill attached to this Warhammer.
Yeah.
Is there have they thought on the streaming services about trying to come up with a different cinematic model, like even for a series? Like, could they do 2 episodes every other week? Show 2 episodes together, have a 2-week blackout period until it goes on to Amazon, and get some cinematic dollars into the stream.
Well, they should. I mean, look, I've been talking. I told Terry Matalas, who's the showrunner of Picard season 3, that they should put the last 2 episodes in, cut them together as a movie, and put them in the theater. But the problem is it's hard to have different business models because, I mean, you'd think I've seen Game of Thrones in the theater. Back when I was working on the Star Trek: The Next Generation Blu-rays, we had 3 different theatrical events for the remastered. We did seasons 1, 2, and 3, where we showed 2 episodes, and then I did cut downs of our documentary. I made these 20-minute long cut downs, and we showed those. Those weren't currently running, obviously. They were 25 years old, but that was a lot of fun. But they don't. That kind of a business model, it's kind of weird. Like when they do a streaming show, the whole point is to get more subscribers. So, I mean, I think they can, but it's out of the box thinking, and Hollywood is not very good at that, unfortunately.
Because I think it's just astounding the kind of money they spend. It just doesn't seem like the returns are there. I mean, with the streaming,
well, it isn't, and it's not working. You talk about Disney losing $4 billion. All these streamers are spending all this money to create programming, and then they don't get the kind of the turnover. The subscriptions that they're getting do not justify the expense, and it's so weird to me to think that. Like I've always thought, I talk about this a lot, that okay, you've got 2 hours of time. Now, if you were to make The Shawshank Redemption, or you were to make Red Notice, of those 2 movies, they're both over 2 hours or whatever, which one is more satisfying? Which one is going to ultimately get you more subscribers? If this were the streaming world, I think more people the word of mouth about Shawshank Redemption now will be greater than Red Notice. But what the streamers were doing is like, oh, we have to emulate Hollywood by spending $200 million on movies with Dwayne Johnson, Ryan Reynolds, and Gal Gadot. But what's so funny is, I don't think anybody watching those movies or was watching Red Notice, when I watched it, this is going to seem weird, I've actually never said this before, it seemed like a fake movie. Because they spent $200 million on this movie, but it didn't get theatrically released, and it wasn't particularly, it felt like it had Ryan Reynolds in it, it had Dwayne Johnson in it, it had movie stars in it, but it didn't feel sincere in a way. Maybe that was my own perception, but why do you need to spend $200 million if you're not going to release a movie theatrically? Every movie that does well theatrically becomes more valuable, so when it goes onto a streaming service, like Glass Onion is owned by Netflix, it can't go anywhere else, but it didn't cost $200 million. And I think that's what they need to focus on, is figure out how do you make movies like Shawshank Redemption or Glass Onion that don't cost $200 million but are good enough and can get a theatrical release that people will sign up for your streaming service to see it. It's a weird world we live in, because there's only so many households in the world that eventually you're going to run out. There's not a finite resource that you can grow into every fiscal quarter. And there's only, of the people that have households, how many people live their lives around streaming? Most people don't, you know, and it's a weird world. We live in a weird world.
Thank you, Michael. A couple more chats. Martino Stolmoni is single-handedly funding this this chat today. He says he will pick you up at any airport you choose. So whenever you're ready to put that passport to work, Rob,
I'm coming, man. I'm coming.
And then Marcus Penner, thank you for coming in with $13.99 Canadian. Hey, Rob, writing a graphic novel right now and kind of struggling with writing a long-form graphic novel. I've essentially structured it like a movie. Am I making a mistake doing that?
No, I mean, look, the 3-act structure is a great tried and true structure. And I don't think that there's a problem. You know, the real question is, obviously, the second act is always the hardest. You've got your setup, you're introducing the characters, the milieu, the situation. But when you make that, if you're talking about a screenplay on page 30, you know, when you make that turn and you begin the second act, the real tough part is what happens in the second act to get you to your climax. Because a lot of the time, that's when writers, especially screenwriters, fall down. They've got a great idea, the setup is great, but then it's the sustaining of that idea that you get caught up in. But look, a 3-act structure, starting out with a structure at all is a good thing, as opposed to having some formless idea. Understanding the 3-act structure, screenplay structure is, and by the way, screenplay format is not necessarily a bad way to first write your graphic novel, because depending on how you're going to do it, you got your characters talking, you have scene descriptions, and an artist loves that. You know, sometimes if you look at the scripts of Neil Gaiman or Alan Moore, they're very detailed. They write these very detailed scene descriptions that go on for paragraphs about what each panel is supposed to be. But if you want to go in a screenplay form and you want to have a real collaborative relationship with whoever your artist is going to be, giving an artist opportunity, like, you know, Xevious, who's done some work for me and created the music for Let's Get Physical Media and stuff. He's a great artist and has a great sense of design. So allowing somebody like Xevious and a great artist will do something interesting with your panel design. Or you could do it like a lot of people and really get detailed with your own scene description. So it really depends what you're looking to do and how you're going to collaborate with your artist on the other end. But going for that, get that solid 3-act structure down. That's always a good thing, because you can change it later.
Yep. Great. Victoria E, you should be able to unmute now, Victoria, and join the chat.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello. This is my first one joining, so
I noticed that. But you watch the John Campea show, right?
I do. I watch both, and this is good timing.
I recognize your name.
Well, I'm feeling sorry for myself today because I've finally tested positive for the dreaded lurgy, so I'm feeling very, very sorry for myself. So this is good timing too.
But you sound good. So
I do at the moment. Fingers crossed. We'll see. Whether I get home for Christmas to be with my family is now a whole different question, but never mind. But I suppose the one good thing is I did at least get to see Avatar before I came down with the dreaded lurgy. So
what did you think?
I thought it was really good. I saw it on the big BFI Waterloo IMAX in London, which is our biggest screen in the country. So, which is where I saw the first one, and I really enjoyed it. And I think one thing that surprised me that I probably didn't expect was, and it almost was the same as with Top Gun Maverick, that they both got me emotionally in a way that I didn't expect for the same reason, which, and I suppose they're both kind of father and son, or father and father figure and son, but I suppose, parent and child. The thing of having your parental figure and wanting them to kind of say they believe in you or see you for who you are, that got me in both films, and I didn't quite expect them to kind of emotionally get me, and they both did it in the same way, which I found quite fascinating. But Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. I'd be going to see it again if I wasn't now locked in my house away from all human people. But
you only have to stay. What do you have to stay locked down for? Like 5 days now?
I mean, technically, we don't have to at all. I could go out in the world but you know, I thought I probably shouldn't do that. But yeah, technically, I think it's 5 days. But yeah, but no. And I think the other big question I wanted to ask, especially now when I'm feeling sorry for myself, so might think about pre-ordering things. You said you saw the in-art Gandalf. The in-art Aragorn.
Yes, I did.
Tell me.
Okay, so for those of you who don't.
Asking.
So for those of you who don't know, InArt is the 1/6 scale division of Queen Studios, and they're making very high-end action figures. And we've seen their patents in Batman, we've seen the Joker, we've seen a Gandalf. But so Justin from Justin's Collection was here in LA, and he had all the InArt figures, and he was doing his videos. They had him shooting everything, and they had the Aragorn. It was amazing. It was as amazing as the Gandalf figure, but it was a prototype. And one of the reasons that they didn't want to show it was some of the colors weren't correct. Like the leather on the hilt of the sword was too blue. You know, and it was, those figures are awesome. And I'm
tempted.
I mean, the Gandalf. I mean, I have the Gandalf that came out. It was the Erasmus, the $300 one. It's really good. But those InArts figures are, I mean, they're still only 6 scale figures, and we've been getting great figures. But you know, when I held like the Robert Pattinson, the Bruce Wayne, the Pattinson, the overcoat, I don't know what material they made the jacket out of. It was amazing. I mean, they're really great. And the Aragorn was, because they haven't made the Erasmus one, and I had a bootleg one from a long time. This Aragorn figure was by far the best Aragorn figure I've ever seen.
Okay, because I've never seen one that looks actually like him. So I was
Oh no, it was great. I mean, it was awesome. And you know, I had dinner with those guys, and you know, you would think that people who collected action figures would have happy dispositions most of the time, but man, there's a lot of, we can be a backbiting, surly bunch. But those InArts figures, man, are great, and I'm so happy that I pre-ordered the deluxe Jokers, because well, the box, I don't know if it's gonna be the final box. The box that came in, the InArts figures, they come with, if they have multiple heads, they come with these like capsules, these sealed capsules that you can put your head sculpts in and display them. They're great for like a shelf. They're awesome. It's awesome. And I would highly recommend. I mean, yeah, they're expensive, but if you're a Lord of the Rings fan, that Gandalf figure is insane. And
the Gandalf one's on pre-order. You already led me astray on that, so that's already done.
Well, they haven't really shown the Aragorn yet, but it's awesome. And my only problem is, I wish you could just buy the Fellowship. Like, I know it'd probably be like $3,000, but I don't want to wait. You know, it's like I want the Fellowship. Like, I want to have like a 6 scale mountain, and that shot, that first trailer when the Fellowship comes over the top of the mountain, I want to build that mountain and just have it all there. So yeah, I mean, I don't mean to, I know you're sick at home. I don't think they have pre-orders up for Aragorn, so you're safe. But I'm an enabler. Don't look to me. I'm not going to give you a year sober from action figures. The answer for me is always buy it. Vixter, you buy that figure.
And Victoria, you're safe for now because they're all sold out on their website. So if you wanted to hold off on spending money, you do have the opportunity to save some money right now. All right.
Yeah, but now there's like 50% off sales. Sideshow's still doing buy one, get one half price.
Wow. We
got
that.
Vicky, I don't mean to say that. I might have availed myself of one of those recently myself.
All right,
don't tell Elizabeth. Yeah, maybe I ordered this 3 years ago. I had to explain to her my '66 Batmobile that Jazz Inc. made. I really did order it
Yeah,
3 or 4 years ago, and but then it got delayed because they had to try and get a license, which they did.
Oh my goodness!
But
All right.
that '66 Batmobile, come on.
We got Justin Toner here. Welcome, Justin.
What's up, dude?
Hey, doing good.
What's going on?
Not much. I'm also finally getting away from being sick as well. It's like I spent most of November sick, so finally shook that stuff. So, and it's like I'm glad you're feeling better.
Yeah, I mean that the flu. I've never had the flu like I had the flu in my adult life. I don't usually get sick, and this year I've had COVID and then this flu. I was laid out for like 3 days. I've never felt maybe it's because I'm old and close to death, but I've never felt my joints ache. I don't want to be one of those guys like talking about my aches and pains. Like I don't have any aches and pains, but man, that flu was hardcore.
Yeah. I hope I never have to feel that. I've never actually had the flu, but anyway, so I finally I can't believe I took so long to watch this. I finally got around to watching the Sound of 007 documentary.
Oh, it's pretty good,
Prime
isn't
Video.
it?
Oh my God, that's one of the best documentaries I've watched in a long time. It was so awesome.
It was fun, but they did skate over a few things.
Yes,
But,
they did.
You know, there were things that they didn't. You know what? I gotta say, I did not like watching Jack White talk about how I love Another Way to Die. I don't care what anyone says. It's one of my favorite Bond theme songs, and everybody always bags on that.
I think it's a good theme song too.
It's dirty. It's rock and roll. It's mean and surly and nasty, just like it should be. And I love that song.
Yeah, I did like how he goes, I do appreciate when people come up to me and say that they love the song, because he knows that some people didn't like it. I thought it was fine. You know, it's like
they're
one of
wrong.
those
That song, that guitar riff, and then the drums. It's so good.
Yeah.
And it's got a little John Barry in that music.
Yeah.
I don't know why people don't like that song. They're wrong.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. I still thought it was really good. It's like I wish they spent more time on someone like, because like they're like, yeah, sometimes some of the Bond themes are not the best. I loved how Shirley Bassey was like, yeah, Moonraker was shit. I do not sing Moonraker.
I know, and she's wrong about that too. Come on. Where
it's like,
are
because
you?
she loved Goldfinger and Diamonds Are Forever, but like Moonraker was like, she's like, nah, no, it's crap. I laughed so hard. I was like, okay,
You know,
wow.
she does a really great song on the Propellerheads album. That album came out like 25 years ago, the Propellerheads record, where she has a song called History Repeating.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great song. We were going to use that for Free Enterprise, but then Jaguar acquired it and used it in a commercial campaign. But man,
I just loved seeing like the behind the scenes stuff, like all the cool little stories, like how like because Michael Caine was friends with John Barry. He was the first person who ever heard Goldfinger, because
I love that. Like John Barry was he crashing on Michael Caine's couch?
Michael Caine got kicked out of his like flat, and so John Barry, he was best friends with him and Terrence Stamp, said, you can crash at my place until you get a new place. And he was working on the piano all night, and Michael Caine's like, oh my God, I can't sleep. What is he doing? And then the next morning he's like, I'm finished. He's like, I finished what? He goes, the new James Bond song, Goldfinger. And he goes, I was the first person who ever got to hear Goldfinger. I was like, that's so fucking cool.
No, that was, I mean, it just made me, if I could live like Austin Powers, if I could go back to any point in 20th century history just to party, I would go back to swinging London in like, you know, the early mid 60s.
Yeah.
Be the best.
Yeah.
I'd be a mod.
Or John Barry tried to explain to was the associate producer with Cubby, that after he played him Live and Let Die, and he's like, well, we could get Aretha Franklin to sing it. And he's like, he's like, no, Paul wrote it. Paul needs to sing it, or we're not gonna get it.
Yeah. It's gonna be Wings or nothing.
Yeah, it's like just little things like that, and just seeing like the excitement some of the artists were like when Garbage talked about how like when they asked to do the James Bond thing, like, it's like it was cool seeing how like they were fans of the franchise, and just like the excitement of like, you mean I want to get to do a Bond theme? Hell yeah! Like, or Duran Duran just happened to be at a party with Cubby Broccoli, and we're like, when are you gonna do another good James Bond theme? And Cubby just goes, do you want to do the next one? Hell yeah, I do. And we got Live and Let Die, which is awesome. So it's like
A View to a Kill.
A View to a Kill.
A View to a Kill. And
Yeah,
it's like so things work out, you know. I thought it was just
No,
I thought it
that
really
was there
fun.
was a lot of you know what it was. I mean, I grew up loving. I can't tell you how many James Bond collection records I bought because like I started as a Bond fan and like the first James Bond movie I ever saw in the theater was Spy Who Loved Me in '77. You know, that's Nobody Does It Better, Carly Simon and Marvin Hamlish wrote the score to that film, and I remember getting that score, and it's got the great Bond '77 disco theme, which fucking rules. And I love Marvin Hamlish's Bond. Oh, there you go. Now where's the Bond 60 box set? Where's that? Where's the 4K? How come I don't have 4K Bond movies except the Daniel Craig movies? Come on, man. Where's those? But yeah, that documentary is a lot of fun. That'll if you have any interest at all in James Bond music, yeah, there's No Time to Die. There's a lot on that because that's, you know, they were there when they could shoot it when that song was being made, and they talked to Phineas and Billie Eilish. But still, it's a great documentary. It's not as thorough as I would like, and it's a little. Oh, that Bond by Design book is good. I have those. I have both of those. I have both of those books right there. Actually, those are great books. But yeah, I mean, it's a great documentary, and it's a lot of fun to watch, and it'll put a smile on your face. But it's not. But then again, I mean, how hard hitting could a documentary about James Bond theme songs actually be? You know, it's really good.
All right, we've got, let me see, do we have any super chats? Just double checking. Nope, no super chats right now, but we do have Chris Taft coming in. Chris, you should be able to.
Oh, Victoria has the Tosh and Bond archives. I have those right there. I'm a Toshin fiend. And have you guys seen the Toshin Shining book that's coming out for $1,500? No. I mean, even I'm like, you know, because I've got the Tosh and Kubrick books. I got the Napoleon book. I got the Kubrick archives, the big one. I'm looking at that Shining book. And I'm like, but even I, in my old age, I'm like, what the hell am I going to do with a $1,500 book about The Shining? And the answer is, I'll own it.
You'll read it.
I'll own it. Yes, I will. Hey,
All
if anyone out there wants to get me the Christmas present for the man who has everything, that
I was going to say,
book.
You need to put it on your list. Just put it on your list for Santa. You never know.
Yeah, no, no one. I don't know anyone on this earth that would spend $1,500 on it. That's not true. There's a girl I dated named Mary. She would have bought it for me.
Yeah,
but no one else would, and
right.
Nor should they.
Maybe Chris will get it for you. We got Chris talking now.
Oh, I don't know about that. That's a lot.
$1,500. Even I couldn't even. If somebody actually bought it for me, I couldn't even accept it. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I could. But I'd be very appreciative.
Yeah, you're not a crazy person. You would definitely have to take it.
Yes.
But okay.
For me?
So, oh no. So I'm going to see Avatar, and I may or may not be on the influence of psychedelics when I go see it.
Oh, you know what? I'm taking edible or shrooms or whatever. I can't even imagine what that would be like. That's see it in IMAX 3D.
Oh, of course. Yeah. I'm a snob. But my friends hate going to the movies with me because I'm always like, guys, we're gonna go see it like this, and they're like, dude, we don't know. Shut up. We don't care. And I'm like, no, you guys, I promise you, it's gonna be sick.
It really, this movie is it's important to see it in a great venue and sit in a good seat.
Oh,
because the technical, I mean, it's insane.
Yeah. That's honestly most of the reason I want to go see it. Like, I've already heard, I mean, everyone's already said it here. It's James Cameron's greatest hits, which is fine. I love James Cameron. So one of the first movies I saw was True Lies when I was like 6 or 7 that I remember, which probably is not okay that I saw that movie at like 6 or 7 years old. But I want to talk to you a little bit about Ancient Aliens, because I know because I know you love some Ancient Aliens, and I know you like. Yeah,
I read all the
Zach Snyder and everything.
Yeah, Eric Von Donigan, Chariot to the Gods was big when I was a kid. And I'm like, because here's the thing, I want to believe. Oh, I'm like Fox Mulder. The problem is, my man Gene Roddenberry, who created Star Trek, will tell you, no, ancient aliens didn't help humans build the pyramids. Humans built the pyramids because they're awesome. People figure that shit out.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I definitely think there's something to I'm assuming you've heard of Graham Hancock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fingerprints.
You know what? Here's what I don't understand about Graham Hancock. All he's asking is, why don't we be open to the possibility? Like he actually said, let's use LiDAR. Let's fund a LiDAR expedition and do a LiDAR survey of the entire Amazon rainforest.
Well, yeah, and people freak out when he starts bringing stuff up. Like as soon as he brings up everything, people are like, "Oh, they always go for, well, he's a white supremacist or racist or whatever."
But he's so not. I mean,
no,
in his mind,
his wife's a brown woman. I think she's Indian. I'm not 100% sure about that, but
yeah, well, it's so bizarre because all he's doing and so for those of you who don't know, Graham Hancock is a man who postulates that there were advanced human civilizations 12,000 years ago.
Not even that long. Like doesn't even push it that far back. He doesn't go that crazy.
Well, that's when but he does say that there, and he's just saying that there are things like we don't know where the megalith structures necessarily came from. And he's saying that there's a possibility that there was some kind of a great calamity. Maybe the calamity was 12,005 years ago, but and so the archaeologist, the conventional wisdom is that he's a crackpot, when actually really all he's saying, and of course this documentary, like he doesn't know because he's not an archaeologist by trade, he's a reporter, and he saw these different. So he's not a scientist, but he's just positing that hey, they found all these things around the world, and there are inconsistencies and. Look, I want to believe that there are not only were there ancient aliens, but that there are aliens on Earth now with the UTIs, or that we don't know what they are, and bring it on. I mean, look, my greatest wish, if somebody said, Rob, what's your greatest wish in life? Is I would love to be alive when we contact an extraterrestrial civilization. And to be honest, I'd love it if they came to conquer us and I could live through like an Independence Day scenario and survive.
Oh, I don't know about that. That seems like a lot.
It'd be dope.
Like I'm reading Three Body Problem. That would be great.
My God! First of all, okay, tell the folks at home what the Three Body Problem is. And by the way, that's where the Dark Forest theory comes from.
Yeah,
that
it's a beautiful Chinese novel. It's about a woman whose father. Yeah, 3 novels, and the first one is about basically first contact with aliens. And it's really crazy, the twist when you find out how it happened. And there's a whole game involved where the game is a representation of their solar system and how the planet works. And that's just the first novel. And then the first novel is really just like an introduction to get you into the crazy concepts that come in books 2 and 3, which I haven't even started book 2 or book 3 yet. Sorry, I just finished book 2 not that long ago. So it's already a trip.
Weiss and Benioff, who created the Game of Thrones TV series, have the rights. They're supposed to be
I'm precarious about that, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you.
I think the Chinese are doing their own version as well, though.
Yeah, they are. They are. And
with Kindred. My time's almost up, but Kindred's also coming out too. Octavia Butler's novel. It's on FX, and I have been meaning to watch it. It's a bummer that there's not much more promotion.
Here's what I don't understand. Like Octavia Butler is probably the greatest Black female science fiction writer of our age, and they're making one of her great works, Kindred, is been turned into a TV series. I'm like, nobody's talking about it. Fandom should be. You talk about representation and all that, and bring that on. I can't wait to see it. It looks good.
Similar thing happened with the Underground Railroad book when they made that into a series. It just kind of came and went, and it's a great book. And I mean, I don't know how good the series was, but
it was pretty good.
It was very under the radar. So, all right, thank you so much. And with that, Chris, thank you to Chris. And we've got.
By the way, everybody should read the Three Body Problem. It's so good.
Yeah, I've been meaning to read. I keep getting concerned that it's going to get spoiled for me, so I want to make sure that I get to it. So, but Roger, you should be able to chat now with Rob. Welcome, Roger.
Hello, Rob.
How are you, sir? Good. Always good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. Good to see you too. I had a question about this week we had the articles about HBO Max removing a couple of shows.
Westworld.
Right, Westworld, and then there's a couple others, I think. But my question, we was talking so they wouldn't have to pay the residuals, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been talking about, is that when they remove these shows, then suddenly they don't have to pay for them anymore. But I don't understand that HBO Max financed, from what I understand, financed Westworld. And I understand that right now Warner Brothers, they have an enormous debt that they have to take care of.
Right.
So they're trying to do cost cutting any way they can. But for me, a lot of people, the first season of Westworld I really liked, but it's crazy. They got rid of Raised by Wolves. They got rid of Westworld and a lot of shows that they produced, which I guess the cost benefit of analysis, but this could be the future. So are they going to put Westworld somewhere else and sell it over to somebody else? And I don't know.
Well, what confused me is that, the other stories going on about the, about the streaming services not paying residuals. So is HBO Max not considered a streaming service?
Well, here's the thing. It's usually a buyout. So, but it depends. I mean, they still have to pay the SAG actors, depending on what the contracts you sign are. They still have to deal with the guilds, and meaning the WGA, the DGA, and those members get certain residuals guaranteed to them based on how long something stays streaming. And so,
okay, so they do pay a type of residual, probably not like it was in cable TV days, but
right. It's different than ad revenue generating shows. So like when a network show is a hit, a network show it generates revenue through advertising. So that's why they're able to base, because it constantly is generating money. But a streaming show, the only money that it's generating is from subscriptions. So it's all very kind of different. Now, what's going to be really interesting is now there have been ad-based tiers for streamers. Like you can get Hulu with ad-based revenue or not. But what's going to happen when Disney Plus has an ad tier, which they now do?
Yeah, they're offering it. Yeah.
When you're negotiating a deal, and let's say you're a creator and you make a big streaming show, like you make Bridgerton or you make The Crown or something, and they're selling advertising on those shows, and advertisers, because those are the most watched show on a platform, those shows generate more money. The question is going to be then, are they going to bring back the broadcast television model with these ad tiers or not? And that's why there might be a strike next summer.
Right. Yeah, I was watching a show that was talking about that, like the next Writers Guild contracts coming up, and that's going to be the big issue.
Well, yeah, because it's like these. It's very interesting. I mean, I get the idea. The economics have to all work, but when you've written a hit show, look, you look back at something like Friends, the show Friends, Netflix paid $100 million to license Friends for 1 year, the year of 2019. This is an old show that has ended its run. Everybody involved, everybody that owns a piece of that show, the actors, the producers, the studio, they got to divvy up $100 million pie for a show that's been generating revenue for the better part of almost 30 years now or something. I mean, that's insane. But for Netflix, it was one of their most watched shows.
Right.
So before it left, it was worth it for them to pay that money because they offset. They're like, okay, well, we've got 180 million subscribers, and this many of them are watching Friends, so let's keep it on. So we keep subscribers, and we can see that new subscribers are watching it too. It's a crazy business model now, and I still think it's the old West. I believe in the theatrical model. Give movies theatrical credibility, and the things that are successful at the box office will then be more successful for your streaming platform. I don't understand. I disagreed with John Campea. I said, look, man, you guys paid $450 million to make 2 Knives Out sequels to get more subscribers. You already know that the first Knives Out grossed $300 million worldwide. You've now made Glass Onion. Rather than release it for a week, give it a theatrical release. Worldwide, you're going to make more than $300 million. You push it like any other movie. you might have made $500 million off that film. As it stood, they only put it out for a week. They made money, but they made interesting money for them because but they could have paid for that entire franchise they bought with their theatrical release. It's so crazy. The business is so weird right now. I don't even know.
Thank you, Roger. We've got Nate Trujillo coming up. Nate, you should be able to unmute now. If you want to join us, go ahead.
Hey, Rob, how are you doing?
I am doing well. How are you? You sound loud and clear. What kind of microphone do you use?
I'm just using my Apple earbuds.
Wow, it sounds good. Those Apple products, I love them.
I know, good old Steve Jobs and Tim Cook. Well, I've just been thinking about what James Gunn's Superman is going to be. And since he's going younger, my mind instantly thought of the Superman Earth 1 hardcover books that came out a few years ago. And those were badass.
They were really, you know what? Great minds think alike. I agree with you. I think that, it's funny, everyone, when James Gunn says this movie's going to open with, or it's going to be about Clark Kent being a cub reporter just arriving in Metropolis, I'm like, yeah, you mean like Superman the movie? This is a good thing. This is not Smallville. This is, somebody, an eager guy in his mid-20s. Now, what piqued my curiosity is this going to be a period piece or is it set now? Because how can you be a cub reporter in this day and age where we're on the cusp of AI? There's an AI chat bot. It's called like Chatbot AGT. It's not America's Got Talent, but it's something like that they launched like a month ago. I was listening about this on. You can go play with it. It'll write you a story, and I'm like, we're all done. The AI is rapidly killing the arts very, very quickly. But how do you be a reporter? I don't know, but I think that's cool. I think a young Clark Kent coming to work for the Daily Planet, in his early or mid-20s, I love that idea. And I hope they make him like the George Reeves Adventures of Superman Clark Kent from the 50s, who was a badass. He scooped everybody. He got the awesome stories because he's Superman and awesome. And I hope, because you know what? Here's the thing for me. Superman is a wish fulfillment character. Who doesn't want to be Superman? And I want to watch a movie. I want to watch a movie where Superman loves being Superman. I want to see that guy. George Reeves loved being Superman. Christopher Reeve loved being Superman. When you watch Superman the movie and Lois is interviewing him and she goes, "What color are my underpants?" And he's like, "Well, I can't see through lead." And as soon as she walks outside in front of the lead, he's like, "Pink." Because Superman's a baller. He's looking. No. Yeah. I want that Superman. I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. You're the most powerful man in the world. You got game. You have all the information from the 28 known galaxies. You're here to save the universe. You're still a good guy. You believe in truth, justice, and the American way. But when you're flirting with Lois Lane, you're going to get busy. I want to be that guy. That's the Superman I want to see on the screen. An unapologetic ladies' man who's the smartest man in the world, who saves the world, and is represents America and apple pie. I want to see that guy. No one's going to be angst-ridden if you're Superman. You're not. You're gonna be a baller. You're gonna walk around like the most interesting man in the world.
The kind of Superman story I would like to see is a blend of all the President's Men, since Lois and Clark are reporters. A little of the action of Man of Steel, because that was great.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But the romanticism of Superman the movie, and I would love to see Clark be an international reporter, which gives him a reason to be Superman all over the world. And justify why he's out there.
Dude, everything you just said, you're speaking my language. I totally agree with you.
And I would love to see Lois covering a presidential campaign where Luthor is manipulating his place to being president.
I love all that. I mean, I think, you know, the idea that here's the thing. Clark Kent wants to be a great reporter. Even though he's Superman, he still wants to do great as a reporter. And I talk about this all the time, and I don't remember what issue of Superman this was. But one of my favorite modern issues of Superman that I remember reading was, so Clark has as a reporter at the Daily Planet, Clark has an opportunity to go to Europe and cover a story. And he really wants to go. And I mean, he could fly there as Superman and cover it, but how's he going to explain? He has to go through proper channels as Clark Kent in order to do it. And he says to Perry, like, I want to do this. And Perry White says, okay, I'll tell you what. I'll send you to do this story. But you have to cover these 3 mundane stories that are happening in the city today, like a mall opening and a baseball game and something else. You cover these stories. You have these stories filed on my desk by 7 o'clock tonight. I'll let you go to Europe and cover the story that you want to. So Clark sets out to do this. And as soon as he does, like, the Toy Man shows up and attacks Metropolis. And so he has to spend his day saving the city, and he doesn't get to file these stories. And at the end of this opening, the stories are filed. He gets the gig because Lois, who knew who he was and knew his problems, Lois did the stories for him and filed it. So he's able to go to Europe. And it was a great bit. And I think that the problem with Superman is, like, there is a lot of fun to be had when Superman, like in Superman 2, when they're undercover going to Niagara Falls. You know, there's a lot of fun where Superman, I mean, I love the idea of all the President's Men. Clark Kent as Woodward and Bernstein, because his superpowers aren't going to necessarily, like, yeah, he has super hearing and X-ray vision, but are they going to let him uncover whatever conspiracy is happening? No, he has to use his deductive reasoning skills and be a great reporter. I love that. If you could combine that with the great action of Man of Steel, that's a movie. I'd watch that movie.
Or like a Legal Eagle vibes between Lois and Clark. I would love.
Yeah, and before Lois knows that Clark is Superman.
Right.
You know, they have a professional rivalry.
Yeah.
And they're always they have great respect for one another, but they're always trying to who's the best reporter at the planet. You know.
Yeah.
Now,
Rob, I know you're a fan of Man of Steel, but we do have to agree that him becoming a reporter at the end of the movie made absolutely no sense. There was nothing to establish that he could even do that work.
No.
Okay.
And the reason Superman wants to be a reporter is because when Superman was created, he needed to be at the epicenter of breaking news.
Right.
So he could then be Superman and go rescue whomever needed rescuing.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, that's different. I mean, how do you? It's hard. How do you make a classic Superman movie nowadays when newspapers are dying?
Right.
You know, in the comics, they made him a television journalist.
Yeah. Or they make him on he'll work for a website or something, the Daily Planet website.
Yeah, even though that's all going to be AI.
Yeah. Glenn Mark, I think he's grabbing a snack. No, but he's back from getting his snack. So you should be able to unmute now, Glenn Mark. You should be able to join us.
Alrighty.
How's it going, man?
Hi. Good, thank you. Just very quickly, a hello to Tony Reyes, who became a member last night. Welcome, mate. And now, I've lost my picture there for a second. I'm going to ask you a question, and I'll tell you why in a second. You're a bit of an no, it's okay. You're an evangelist for buying albums of the Marvel and DC properties. Do both of those companies publish around about the same amount? Do both of them do a lot of that?
That's a good question. I would say probably, but I think Marvel probably publishes a bit more.
Okay.
But I mean, as you can see, like behind me, like this shelf, these shelves here, these are all like I'm surrounded by bookcases, and on this level, what is that, the fourth level? These are all Marvel omnibuses. I'm encircled by it. There's probably 200 Marvel omnibuses, and then above me on this level are are on this level, the middle level. So there's some classic literature here, and then there's more DC stuff and then there's the absolute DC stuff's on the bottom. But yeah, I mean, a lot of it. So you can get most of the classic comic runs that you want have been collected into some form. I'm just a hardcover snob.
Reason I ask is because I love going to it's a New Zealand online company called mightyape.com.
Right.
And it was fascinating because I looked into that because and I found that on it's actually bookdepository.com. And there was 9 pages of Marvel Omnibus content, so around about 251 results. And so I thought, okay, cool, and I'll have a look at DC. Can you imagine how many results? Take a guess at how many. There was 20 results for DC omnibuses, and I was wondering, does this have some kind of, I don't know, is it a stretch to say maybe it's because the movies haven't been so terrific and there's just
no, I think that's definitely part of it. One of the things about Marvel is the movies are based on, now mostly loosely based on comic runs. Like for instance, there is a Winter Soldier. Ed Brubaker wrote the original Winter Soldier storyline. He was writing Captain America for years. So there is a Captain America, the Winter Soldier omnibus. And it's different than the movie, but a lot of the Marvel storylines tie into their movies. So I think you're absolutely correct. That's absolutely true. And while
will that change? And will that change in the upcoming years?
I hope so. I don't think so, unless DC leans. Like for instance, I was not really a big Titans fan, but I'm watching Titans now because my favorite DC villain that's not a main heavy hitter is Brother Blood from the Titans. Brother Blood, Mother Mayhem are in this season of Titans, so I'm watching Titans. But I just think that Marvel, because of the MCU, the exposure has been far greater than DC. But that's not to say, like, if you go to not to take away from the company in New Zealand, but there's a company literally called Cheap Graphic Novels online, and you can get great stuff from them, and they do a phenomenal job. Sometimes when I order omnibuses from Amazon, they get banged up, but Cheap Graphic Novels, they have the best packing of any books I've ever bought.
Fantastic. Cool. Well, I thought I'd finish off with a pun, if I may.
Of course.
I've got a bit of I went and did some TikToking over the lockdown, and I started to do a little bit of humor stuff. So here we go. Here it is.
Uh-oh.
A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Z. I left one. I don't know why. I don't know,
man. I don't know if lockdown was good.
I left out the letter Y. Anyway, yeah. Well, I got a lot of views on TikTok, and apparently people liked it, so there you go.
It was good. Hey, man, if you get the views, that's all that matters. I mean, at the end of the day, look, we live in a world where we're able to reach a global audience. By the way, I'm going to record a rant later today. I've got a monster rant coming up that I'm just going to record. It's probably going to be, I got to make it like 8 minutes so it becomes part of the YouTube algorithm. But I am furious at Warner Brothers, not because of comic books, not because of any of this bullshit. Next year, 2023 is the 100th anniversary of Warner Brothers, right? So they have released a video about their 100th anniversary. And in this video, they have movies like The Wizard of Oz and 2001 and Gone with the Wind, Ben-Hur, whatever. But here's the thing. Warner Brothers didn't make those movies. MGM did. And the title of my video, I thought about this a lot. Warner Brothers Bogarts, get it? Warner Brothers Bogarts, the MGM library for their 100th anniversary celebration. Yeah, I thought a lot about that. But it's like what stupid brain trust? Like, I understand because of the Turner deals and stuff, Warner Brothers now acquired those movies and can release them, but they didn't make them.
It's not their
They're
legacy. That's not part of
They're
their
not
legacy.
part of their legacy. They're not part of their legacy. It'd be like Disney celebrating their 100th anniversaries next year as well. And are they going to claim they made Patton?
Or Alien?
Are they going to claim they made Star Wars? And are they going to claim they made Alien and, you know, the Blue Max or whatever the hell they're going to say? Yeah, they didn't.
Right.
And the thing is, here's my problem. My problem is some douchebag made this video and then it went through a bunch of layers of people that had to approve it. So there's a bunch of people at Warner Brothers that approved. I mean, the first thing you see is Dorothy and her red slippers, and then she's on the Warner Brothers water tower. And you're like, my whole thing is that here's the scary part: is if somebody knew and approved it, or somebody just didn't know. To paraphrase Arthur C. Clarke, both are equally terrifying.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is my problem with the United States. My problem is, hey, greatest country in the world, a democracy that's lasted longer than most. But why are people so lazy and stupid? And it's like, you work for a company, you're celebrating its 100th anniversary, and you're putting front and center. Warner Brothers has an incredible legacy of movies, and you got a Bogart, Humphrey Bogart, whatever.
Literally.
You use 2001. I mean, you want to talk about Stanley Kubrick. Stanley Kubrick did come to Warner Brothers. He made Clockwork Orange. He made The Shining. He made Full Metal Jacket, Barry Lyndon, and Eyes Wide Shut at the studio. Celebrate that. He didn't make 2001 at Warner Brothers. So not only by doing that are you dissing the movies when the studio brought over, and Kubrick only made those 3 movies. He only made Clockwork Orange, Barry Lyndon, and The Shining in the 70s. But hey, that's a great run of movies. Why is it that Warner Brothers, those numbnuts over there that made this 100, like, I can only imagine. So here is the Columbia Classics collection number 3. All right, home video. These are all new 4K versions of their classic cinema. I am willing to bet you. Now, I don't have any information to confirm or deny this. I don't know. I'm just speculating. I'll bet somebody at the studio, they're going to do some box set, like some 100th anniversary box set, and they're going to put movies that aren't Warner Brothers movies in those box sets, like 2001.
Yeah.
They're going to do some stupid shit like that. And then it makes them like, hey, David Zaslav. By the way, I'm going to make a separate video later that I go off on this, but why is it that we live in a country with this kind of stupidity? Like, why don't people do their jobs? This is not hard. Don't claim credit. I guess that's what people do. Right. Now that we have AI, and history is important. I'm sorry to go off on this, but it irks me to no end. I'm watching this going, because not only did somebody make this video, other people at the studio approved it. So there's a whole line to quote something a friend of mine brought up, the great novel, A Confederacy of Dunces.
Yeah.
Well, that's fucking Warner Brothers. And it has nothing to do with James Gunn or the DCEU.
Yeah.
Like, learn your history. Don't take credit for other people's work. Warner Brothers, MGM was sold off piecemeal, and I get all that. But you people over at the studio did not make 2001. You did not make The Wizard of Oz. You didn't make Ben-Hur. You didn't make Gone with the Wind. You have the rights to distribute them, but you didn't make them. They're not part of your studio legacy. So don't try and slip them in and take credit for something you guys didn't do. That's the end of my rant. Sorry.
We could just clip that out and you could just post it. You've done it. I think it got to 8 minutes. I'm not really sure, but I have apologies to the folks on the stream. For some reason, Rob's stream is a little bit delayed and it's not syncing, but we don't want to risk messing up the stream. But what's weird?
Hang on, maybe if I stop my video.
Yeah, maybe if you stop and restart. But what's weird is that when we bring a person on to talk with you, then it syncs up again. It's the weirdest thing. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But we'll go ahead and bring in our next person here. Tony, you should be able to unmute. And at least while you're chatting with someone else, it seems to be synced. It's when you're alone by yourself that it seems to
story of my life
to get unsynced. So, oh, did I just lose? Did I lose Tony? Tony, are you still here? He was here a second ago. Oh, here, there he is. Let me go ahead and add him. Welcome, Tony.
Hey, what's going on?
How's it going, dude? What's up?
It's been a minute, Rob.
It's been a minute. I was like, I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I've been busy. A lot of things going on. I'm living in Houston now. Got married not too long ago, so
congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. So, real quick here, I was talking with a buddy of mine some time ago. We were talking about Avatar, the first one.
Right.
So that movie came out like in 2009.
Yep.
And I was thinking, I don't know if you remember this, but there was this like post depression after people were watching the movie.
Oh yeah. People wanted they wanted to go to Pandora.
Yeah, and I was thinking, why? I mean, I wasn't as awe-inspired as a lot of these other people were. I mean, I grew up watching incredible animes. To me, it was just another fantasy movie. To me,
Sure.
But I appreciate it for what it was, and so I was thinking about what was going on in 2009. Why would people, feeling that way? And do you remember the Great Recession that happened in 2009?
Yeah, the wake of the subprime mortgage crisis in 2008.
Yes.
When the housing bubble, when the economy of the world was crashed.
Yes, and I believe that post-depression feeling that people were going through had something to do with that. People may have been losing their home, losing jobs.
I think you're absolutely right.
It needed an escape. And that made sense. And I'm not saying that's why, but I'm like, that could have been. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of where we're at now. I mean, we got inflation running rampant, COVID, our crazy political situation, war in Ukraine. I mean, the world is Elon Musk doing whatever he's doing on Twitter, which I don't get, ruining Tesla stock, and where SpaceX going to wind up, I don't know. We live in a wacky time. The FTX crypto exchange, $32 billion or something up in smoke.
Yes, yeah, totally agree. So, I picked this one, Criterion's, this recent Barnes & Noble sale.
Yeah,
mind if I share them with you?
I don't mind at all.
Let's do it, man. All right, I'm sure you have these, by the way.
Maybe not.
The Sword of Doom.
Oh, I have that. That's a great movie.
It's a great
study. Oh, you
went
back? That's deep back catalog Criterion.
Yes. A great study of violence and evil. I freaking love that movie.
Sword of Doom rules.
And
that's actually a great disc transfer. That's great.
Yes. An excellent anti-war film, Paths of Glory.
Of course, Stanley Kubrick. One of the great. That's when he pioneered. He built the camera they used to do the tracking shots through the trenches. Actually, it was a rig that was the tracks were on top of the trenches, so the camera could be on a platform that they could track around.
Beautiful. I love the way the movie was shot. It's a great, the way the corruption happens with high officials, things like that. Great movie. Kagemusha.
Of course, The Shadow Warrior, brought to you by Francis Ford Coppola and George Lucas.
Man, the extras on that disc are incredible.
They're incredible. I remember when that movie came out. It's great. It's great.
Run of Blood.
Another great Kurosawa movie.
Yes.
Shomofune.
And this one I had never seen. I just now started watching it.
Now, did you get Is that the 4K?
Raging Bull. No. This is the Blu-ray.
Okay.
Blu-ray. Yeah.
Blu-ray have you watched it yet?
Not yet. Not yet.
Wait till you see Robert De Niro's transformation, because he gained a lot of weight. He plays Jake LaMotta at different points in his life. And so later in life, he put on a bunch of weight. It's amazing.
Now, I did start watching it, and the opening sequence is just beautiful to watch.
Oh, yeah.
You see Jake in the ring just kind of prepping himself. I love that white shot.
It's amazing. I mean, there's people say that's Scorsese's best movie.
Yes, it's incredible. One last thing here. Got a minute left or so. Okay, so Superman is being written by James Gunn.
Yes.
Just imagine the statement they can make if they can bring in a tier one, like an ace director, a Steven Spielberg directed Superman.
Oh, I would love that. Or I think it would be amazing. Like we've been talking on the John Campea show about him directing Fantastic Four, him making some kind of a movie like that. Maybe after the Fablemans, it's something he'd want to do.
Yes.
I would love to see that.
That would be incredible. I think it would be great to kind of set everything off and bring in a Steven Spielberg like that.
Yeah, I would like to see. I don't know if he'd do it because it doesn't seem like it's in his wheelhouse. But I'd love David Fincher to do a superhero movie with his meticulous.
Okay.
I don't think he would do it, but
right.
I don't know why David Fincher doesn't make more movies. It's kind of a bummer.
All right, man. Well, good talking to you, Rob.
Congratulations. Say hello to your wife. Well done. You got to go to the Space Center in Houston. It's cool.
Yeah, we have a super chat quickly from Glenmark. He wanted to know, where did it go? If you still wanted to put a link to his book somewhere. I don't know if you have the link to it and wanted to throw it in the chat or something. So
I'll put it up there and send it to me.
And thanks for the super chat, Glenmark. All right, so next up is Louise Sparrow. You should be able to unmute now, Louise.
Hello.
I'm gonna convince you to watch Picard season 3. You know that, Louise.
You're not.
I'm gonna convince you. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
I didn't watch season 1 and 2. So
you don't have to. You don't have to. They're terrible. Don't watch them ever.
I know they're terrible. That's why I won't watch season 3.
No. Season 3 is a whole different show.
I believe that you believe it. I do not want to watch it.
You'll lie. I'm telling you. You'll wait. You'll hear. In response. But how are you, by the way?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. How are things over on the other side of the pond?
Mostly back to normal, really.
Oh, that's good.
Gearing up for Christmas. Too many strikes.
Right. You watch the World Cup?
No. I mostly just wanted to say hello and Merry Christmas to everyone. And the one thing that I would be looking forward to if they'd put it in wider release, but there's a animated Discworld film that's been made. I'm hoping it's good because I haven't seen it yet.
You mean a Terry Pratchett Discworld film?
Yes. So
really?
It's just come out of the pictures here, but it's very limited release, and I haven't found a cinema I can get to yet.
I didn't even know they made a Discworld movie.
Yeah, it's one of his children's books, The Amazing Morris and His Educated Rodents. So I'm hoping that it'll be a bit wider at some point, but I hope everyone will look out for it if it comes out over there. I'd like it to be a success. Yeah,
well, yeah.
It's been quiet.
The world needs more Terry Pratchett.
They do, definitely.
Yes. So what do I have to do to bother you to watch Picard season 3? You know, it's February 16th. February 16th. Just give it 40 minutes.
It's not that. For me, it's more about I do not want... I'm done with trying to say, well, that bit's canon, that's not canon. For me,
yeah, it's true.
Every single part of Star Trek mattered. Now, I might not have liked all of it, but I'm fed up with trying to disassociate from certain parts of it. I'd already...
You're a person after my own heart. I totally agree with you.
So unless... If Terry had done a completely different series that was just a Star Trek series, I would watch it and I would give it a chance. Because this is associated with Picard 1 and 2, and because the stuff in that still happened, I don't want anything to do with it. And I can say it can be absolutely perfect, it can be absolutely amazing, and I can believe you and still not want to watch it.
I respect that and understand that. And you're right, because I've gone against my own beliefs and overlooked the horrific awfulness of Picard seasons 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But I will say this: I was so delighted by what I saw, and honestly couldn't believe what I saw. And there was at one point, I even talked to Terry about this. I was like, "How'd you do that, dude?" And but you're right. I respect where you're coming from, because as I've said many times, the Star Trek hostage crisis has been going on since 2009, and it needs to end.
It does, and I mean, as I see it, they are just going to look at this. They're not going to care that it was Terry. They're just going to say, well, they've got it right now. We'll just keep making the stuff, and they haven't.
If it makes money, I mean, if it gets viewers, and I think it will, they might turn to Terry and go, "Why have we been making all this other stuff? We could have been making what you want to make."
Maybe,
so
but I don't know. I think they've just destroyed it for so many people that I know. I mean, I at least can still watch TNG. There's a lot of people that say they just can't watch those characters anymore. You know, my real life friends aren't even bothering. You know, I belong to a Star Trek club, and I'll say to them, "So have you actually watched it?" And so I watched a bit of Discovery, and I can't be bothered. I mean, these people that dressed up weekly and went to conventions together, and now it's like, oh, I can't be bothered with that.
I know. I mean, I grew up with Star Trek, and I feel like we've been betrayed by pretenders to the throne that don't care.
Yeah. I think Strange New Worlds was the last straw for me, because I'd suffered through 3 seasons Discovery before they took it off Netflix here, and I just couldn't be bothered with season 4. But for me, it was the Spock and T'Pring thing. I was like, no, if that's what you have, that's how you're portraying Vulcans. I couldn't care less about the rest of the series. I'm done.
No, I wanted to punch my TV. I had to be restrained. I hated Strange New Worlds. I hated it in a very different way than I hated Discovery, because the people that are making Strange New Worlds, Akiva Goldsman, he thinks he's so clever. He thinks he is. He thinks he knows best. And what they did, even worse, what they did to the Gorn in that show, turning them into, Akiva Goldsman said, "Oh, the Gorn are just they're evil aliens. They're just evil." And I'm like, wow, way to misconstrue one of the great classic episodes of the original series. All those people are bad. They're creatively bankrupt, awful people, except Terry.
All right, Brad.
It was good to hear from you, Louise.
Yeah, thank you,
Don't
Louise.
be a stranger.
It was great to hear your voice. A lot of people were commenting. It was great to hear Louise's voice. So thanks for joining us. And Brad Lake, you are up next.
Brad
you should
is
be
up.
able to unmute.
Hi, Rob.
How's it going, man? I got to say, I love that poster.
Well, I'm very proud to show it to you. Did you happen to see the movie, the wonderful bio that Alex Winter directed?
I did. And as a matter of fact, I don't know if it's the one that a friend of mine might have actually edited on that film, but I'm a huge Zappa fan. As a matter of fact, I've got my little 6-scale band here. I would love for somebody to do a Frank Zappa figure so I can add him to the band.
You just made my day, perhaps my month. I happen to be one of the Kickstarter executive producers of this film.
Oh, congratulations!
So yeah, thank you. It's really my only association with the film biz at all. But COVID really fucked up the perks. The only perks that I really look forward to is the red carpet premiere, which never really happened. But of course, such is life.
But you got the film, it actually happened. So that's great.
It happened, and I'm proud of it. I think Alex did a wonderful job of presenting the message that he wanted to present about how misunderstood Frank's motivations were as a creator.
Oh yeah, one of our greatest. I mean,
so glad you feel that way. Okay, next question quickly.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever attend any of the Sea Trek cruises?
I have never been on one. Never, and I've always wanted to go. I've never done it.
I had a very bizarre week in 1991. I happened to be the cruise director of a cheesy little Greek cruise ship that was chartered in total by the Sea Trek people. And it was quite extraordinary. I don't have time to do the full elaboration on it, but I'd love to tell you more about it. But the high point was probably the last night of the cruise, sitting with James Doohan at the stage left bar. It was during the apparently the final night of all the Sea Treks were a star and crew talent show. And of course, the high point, especially in her mind, God bless her, was Michelle, who fancied herself a bit of a chanteuse.
Oh,
I
yes.
believe you will probably be aware of that. And as I plied Jimmy with shots of Johnny Walker Red, he expressed some very, very honest opinions on that particular performance and other things in general that prudence will not let me share. But
yes,
suffice to say, it was a wonderful week and something I'll never forget. You haven't lived until you've seen people in full dress regalia, Klingons, and every officer walking down the streets of Cozumel in 90-degree heat, shopping for trinkets. It was wonderful.
By the way, I just want to say my friend Mike Nichols did edit that Zappa documentary. So a good buddy of mine was the editor on it, and he's incredibly proud of it. He's a great editor. But you know what? I would have paid to see a line of decked out fans in shopping for trinkets and 90 degrees.
Yeah, there was a lot of nice people there. George Takei was there. Will Wheaton, the Roddenberrys were there. It was really quite an event.
Wow, I would love to have seen that. And God bless you for being there and getting Jimmy.
Thank you. Yeah, it was only a fluke that I happened to be the guy in charge, and I certainly wasn't in charge that week. That's for sure.
That's amazing. You should write an article about that.
Thanks for letting me share it, and
StarTrek.com.
thanks for being a big part of my life. This is my first time, long time participating, so I'm happy.
Welcome. I've come back. It's great to have you, and I'm going to tell Mike Nichols that I saw. I'm going to tell him that you have a poster that you were one of the exec producers, and that you proudly display a poster for the film on your wall.
Thank you, Brad. That was a great story. I'm cracking up over here as you're telling
God.
it. I mean,
can you imagine?
There's a great short film to be made about trekkers getting out in Cozumel buying trinkets, and I can't even imagine looking at like I can see a little troop of folks like playing instruments, and they're like, their culture is extremely primitive, right?
And then people in Klingon regalia, the sweat pouring,
just melting
their makeup. Yeah, just like coming down.
That sounds awesome. Anyway, great to see you, Brad. Thank you for sharing
can you
that.
give me?
Thanks, guys.
Yo, that was the best. Thanks for being here,
you.
Brad.
Happy holidays.
Give me, Roberto. Give me like 90 seconds.
Yeah, sounds great.
I'll be right.
All right, folks. Let me switch gears here on the I'm still kind of on the bottom here. So, okay, anyway, if people need to take a break or want to step away to grab a drink of water, we still have a few hands raised and a few folks who are going to be joining us. I'm going to go ahead and just put up the will be coming back soon sign here until Rob returns. Mute. All right, I think we're back. Let me just double check, make sure everybody can see. Yep, we're back. So welcome back, Rob. And we have Kelvin Welburn joining us now. Kelvin, are you ready? I'm going to go ahead and you should be able to unmute now, Kelvin.
Okay, thanks, Robert.
Sure thing.
Hello, Rob. How are you going?
Dude, I'm going well. That Imprint sent me a package. I'm very excited. I'm getting the movie Ladies and Gentlemen, The Fabulous Stains.
On what you said, I went out and bought it. I haven't got it yet myself. I'm still waiting.
Yeah, I got that, and then I've got like Ken Russell's Whore with Teresa Russell coming, because I'm like, if I can't just buy one disc from Australia, I've got to get multiple discs.
Actually, well, if you're mentioning Imprint.
Oh, look at that. They make those box sets, dude. I really wish I got their Outer Limits box sets.
But mine's somewhere around here.
I slept on that.
Yeah.
I should send you some money and have you find one for me down there.
I could find you one. But yes, I love my Avengers.
Yeah, they announced their new releases. What they're putting out. I mean, I already have Jacob's Ladder, but it's an old version of it. I don't know if it's a new.
Yeah, that was a question I've seen people asking on Facebook.
Yeah, I mean, because I want Jacob's Ladder in 4K. I don't know.
I haven't seen it since 89.
90.
90. Yeah.
Definitely worth seeing.
Yeah, I saw that in the cinema. Yeah, so I remember that.
That movie, Bruce Joel Rubin, who wrote Jacob's Ladder, also wrote like Brainstorm, and he wrote Ghost. In the 80s, that script was considered one of the great unproduced screenplays in Hollywood. And there was an article in Cinefantastique magazine about that. And it was a different movie. It was much more fantasy oriented. I thought what Adrian Lyne did with it was really great. I mean, that scene, the Voulez-vous coucher avec moi, when Elizabeth Pena's dancing and she's got the tail, and oh man, that has some of the greatest scary shit in any movie ever.
That's probably why I haven't watched it again, because I'm just scared shit out of it.
Oh man,
It's so disturbing.
Movie, it's so good.
I think it myself.
It's got peak. I mean, the ending was a little punks out, but
that's probably why I didn't buy it in the end. Sometimes when it doesn't stick the landing, you go, I don't know.
I don't know though. It's got some great stuff in it.
Yes.
It's there's a character actor named Matt Craven who's in that movie.
Okay.
Like Crimson Tide and stuff. I ran into him at the Beverly Center Mall one day. He was there shopping. I walked up to him. I think he thought, I don't usually do this, but when I see like character actors, I feel I can get away with it. I walked up to him like, oh my God, you're Matt Craven. And I talked to him about Jacob's Ladder and Crimson Tide. And he's like, how do you know who I am? I go, you're fucking awesome, dude. But I don't do that much anymore. Back in my younger days.
You're not going to approach Jennifer Lawrence and say, you're the best female action star of all time?
Oh, my favorite meme, those memes that have been coming out, like, if it wasn't for Jennifer Lawrence, Sigourney Weaver would have been cast as Ripley in Alien.
And but I lived detail about his love for Jennifer knows no bounds now because she's everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I don't think Jennifer Lawrence meant that. I mean, it came off that way. What she was trying to say was at the time that Hunger Games came out, there were not female action stars. Like, she was the first of that era. I don't think she was saying, there's never been a female action star.
I don't think so.
And you know what? Jennifer Lawrence has been nothing. She's hilarious and delightful whenever you see her on talk show appearances. I think it was mean of the fan community to not go back and read what she actually said and come out in defense of her, because she has done nothing but do great work and be delightful. I mean, you watch her talk show appearances, she's always herself. She's goofy and hilarious. And the fact that the internet slammed her that way, I would like to stand up in defense of Jennifer Lawrence, not just because I know Dieter Bastian.
I agree with you because so often you see actors they don't seem to be real, even in real life. No. It seems like a performance all the time.
Well, and most of the time it is. And I think Jennifer Lawrence is one of those rare celebrities that she keeps it real. And I've never, ever watched her on a talk show appearance where I wasn't delighted by her goofiness. Or at least she's one hell of an actress if she can be that genuine all the time. And I don't like the fact that so she says something when clearly what she meant was not, what they take from it. And then everyone piles on. I mean, you know what? It makes us look stupid. If we don't go back and listen to what other people are actually saying and give people the benefit of the doubt. It's not like Jennifer Lawrence never watched a movie before, but I think that she was absolutely correct that making Hunger Games with her was a risk. Putting her front and center on the poster and all that stuff. No one knew if it was going to work. And she was taking a risk as well.
And it wasn't just a movie, it was an entire franchise.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And that was another thing. Mm-hmm. They weren't building a franchise planning on making all those movies around a female protagonist. Mm-hmm. So what she was saying, and if we as fans, I think we should be leading the charge to be the smartest guys and girls and gentle people, kind souls, however you identify. We should be the smartest people in the room. We should be leading the way and showing people how it's done. Yeah. Instead, we've turned into a bunch of petty little bitches that want to go after people at the drop of a hat.
Right.
And I don't think it's right. I think that we as a fan community should do better. Mm-hmm. We should do better for one another. We should do better for the artists that we admire. Mm-hmm. Like, why do we, every time somebody puts something out, like, when has James Cameron ever let you down? Ever? When has he ever not given anything but 125%?
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
Never.
And even if you don't like a story, you can recognize the amount of work and the craft and the dedication that went into
and
it.
the ambition.
You cannot deny any of that.
No one in Hollywood can do it. And I'm not saying you have to, that doesn't mean you have to like a substandard story. If that's
sure.
I mean, like what you want. But yes, I think that, intent, we as fans should really respect the people that try hard. That's why, Louise, I love you. And by the way, I love hearing your dulcet tones. I love your voice. You have a great voice.
Yeah.
You got to give, because Terry Terry doesn't like Star Trek where it's at either. But he's so far out on a limb.
Yeah.
And I respect what he did. Even though Star Trek, I've hated it. But I think that we as the fan community, as fans, we should be the ones that are supportive. Mm-hmm. And it's so weird that when we get epic victories like the Snyder Cut. Whether you liked it or not, that was an epic victory for fandom.
Mm-hmm. And I think having like James Gunn leading the DC universe is an epic victory. Give the man a chance, for crying out loud.
Epic victory. And it's like, the guy's one of us.
Yeah.
Like if we were in a Todd Browning movie, it'd be one of us. Mm-hmm, one of us. That's James Gunn.
Yeah. All right. Mario Lopez is joining us all the way from Portugal. Welcome, Mario.
All the way from Portugal.
Should be able to unmute now.
Okay. Hi, Rob.
Mario, you know what I have to ask you? Okay. How's your mom?
She's okay. Thank you for asking.
All right. How are you doing?
Okay. I'm fine, but I'm mad and disappointed and tired.
Uh-oh.
All because of the Superman and the Henry Cavill story. I'm not totally in agree with you.
I know, it's okay.
But my opinion is that the Snyder fans at war with Warner Brothers and DC for a long time.
Yes.
There is a war also for the Henry Cavill fans. I like James Gunn, and I do not agree that fire James Gunn is a good idea. But this is from the perspective of public relations, this is a nightmare. And I think that Warner Brothers is not doing this right. If Henry Cavill must go, and I believe it's for money reasons, some actors that are not available or want more money. Something happened. This is not, for me, this is not the plan. The reboot was not the plan. I think that something happened. But Cavill and James Gunn together talked in the show, explain what happened, why this happened. Okay, let's do the reboot. I still think that the Justice League story should be concluded. It could be in CG, CGI or animation mode. We don't need Zack Snyder to finish the story. I support Zack Snyder in Netflix, but I think that the fans deserve that this story should have one hand. I'm so tired of shows that are cancelled. I invested my time and my passion to these DC stories about created by Zack Snyder. I like it much more than Marvel. I don't like Marvel. I saw today Black Adam. It's okay, but still it's better than the last movies of Marvel. And I think that Warner Brothers should some commitment to say, don't worry, someday we will do a conclusion for the Zack Snyder Justice League in animation mode. And I think that could make some peace between fans that are customers. We are customers. Warner Brothers, everyone would win with this solution. That's my opinion.
I just don't think that's going to happen, though. And I think that ultimately it's a business decision that was a long time coming. But that's why I think, look, I'd love to see Zack Snyder finish off his story, but the fact that we got that 4-hour Snyder cut, it's pretty amazing. And that in itself, the fact that we have that is, I'm blown away that we have it. So,
but I would like to see the story to conclude.
I know, me too. I'm tired of that as well. But I think that, look,
it's sad.
It's true. It is sad. But I think we're going to get something pretty cool with the James Gunn, Peter Safran run DC. I think we're going to get something great. I really do.
Okay. I will not. I'm a little tired of superhero movies. I will go to other genres, but still I will watch them when they come to streaming. I will not go to movies anymore from Marvel or DC. For me, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, I think, to be honest, I enjoyed Wakanda Forever, but I'm kind of tired. Me too. I'd love to see. One of the great things about Avatar 2 was it was kind of a palate cleanser. It was nice to see a big budget, epic science fiction film that wasn't about superheroes. It had cool sci-fi concepts and took me someplace that instilled a sense of awe and wonder. I mean, I'd like to see some big budget sci-fi. I'd like to see some, that's why I become obsessed with Dune, with Denis Villeneuve's Dune, since I set up our new media room. I keep watching because that disc is so incredible, and the Dolby Atmos system I set up in there just rules. And that disc is, I can't wait for Dune 2, and I can't wait for the Sisterhood TV series.
Yeah, I want to see Avatar 2 in the cinemas too.
Yeah, you gotta go
movie.
see it in IMAX 3D.
And I love James Cameron movies, all of them.
Yeah, you're gonna love it. Go see it in IMAX 3D.
I've heard that maybe Alita will have a sequel.
They were talking about that. I mean, I would like to see that too. I liked the first Alita. I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. It was good to see you, man.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mario. Thanks for joining us. By the way, Rob, I meant to tell you, I got to see a movie. A24 does this thing where you can screen movies at home on occasion, and
wow,
they recently did After Sun and got to watch it here at home, and it was
that's a great movie,
fantastic movie. I would highly recommend it. All right, so we've got Binary Sunset Media joining us. You should be able to unmute now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, good to see you again, man. How are you?
Oh, it's good to see you too. Good. Actually, it's a night before my birthday, I'm about to go see Batman Returns at the Rep Theater, and I got tickets for Avatar tomorrow.
Batman Returns is, in fact, a Christmas movie.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. So I wanted to jump on. Actually, I had a separate question, but actually, I wanted to just quickly show you because you brought up Dune. So I have this Jodorowsky's Dune Blu-ray that is overseas.
Yeah,
I think this goes.
Where'd you get that?
My friend, because I love Jodorowsky's Dune and I love Dune, and he was like, "This is coming out," and I was like, "Buy it from you right now." And this was a couple.
Where did that come out?
I think this is in Italy, or I think it's got this fat book. But anyways, Rob, some other time I'll show you a bunch of different pictures, and maybe you can get a different thing. But I wanted to also just show these two. Well, obviously there's the Arrow. Before the Arrow came out, I actually spent a lot of money on this Japanese Blu-ray for Dune, which has an amazing cover. But anyways, so I just wanted to show that. But I was thinking, you were talking about season 3 Picard, and I'm wondering if Picard season 3 might have the same effect that happened with Andor. Because I say this, I absolutely loved Andor. I had zero interest in the character. I had zero interest. And actually, my wife, when I was like, "You got to watch Andor," she texts, she goes, "I'm Star Wars'd out." She's like, "I'm done." After Obi-Wan, she was like, "I'm done." And I was like, what? Like, this show, like, to me, Andor was like, it didn't even have to do anything with Star Wars. I just love the characters. I love the situation. I love the dialogue. And I think Tony Gilroy, he had this ability to not so much be a fan, but he realizes that it almost has a history, like he's doing World War II or something, or he's doing something or ancient Rome.
Yep.
So there's something that is like particular to keeping it true to that world. And see, I'm excited for season 3 of Picard because, I do respect your opinion, and we both love the alternative factor as a guilty pleasure. So I say that because no one else brings that up. They say it's like the worst episode. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, sure, it's kind of B-level. Like, it's funny, but it's not bad. It's not unwatchably bad.
No,
it's funny.
It's really weird. I mean, the universe linking out in the beginning, I always love that.
I just got to say one more other thing about the alternative factor. I just feel that the ending, after the credits roll, Kirk and Spock are in the room kind of like burn after reading, when J.K. Simmons, they're like sitting there and they're just like, Spock's like, "So what did we learn, Captain?" He's like, "I don't know." Because it's just, I just find it's Lazarus going through this episode, and Kirk and Spock are like, "I don't know what's happening here." Anyways,
you want me? I'm going to tell you a story. So
Sure.
The only Star Trek fan fiction I ever wrote, they used to have these Strange New Worlds story books. They contests, and then they would publish the best fan fiction. It was officially published. Really cool. They did 10 volumes. So I started writing a story, and my story was about the Lazari. They're in the room fighting, that room. And suddenly this flash happens and a guy gets flung into the room and against the wall. And it's Khan. It's after the Genesis devices exploded in Star Trek 2. And the explosion has flung Khan into that room. And he ends up having a philosophical conversation with them to get them to stop fighting. And then he opens the door and all 3 of them walk out of the room.
That would be pretty cool. And actually,
that was the story. It was like a three-page
and I
story.
guess to elaborate on that, my question kind of really was, because I feel with Andor, the good thing is there's not the noise that there was with like Obi-Wan. You know how like there's like controversy, people are getting like harassed, or actors, and it just seemed like nobody was talking about it at all. So it was kind of like you quietly enjoy it, but then you're like, but this is actually good, and there's nobody even talking about that. So I wonder if season 3 Picard, even if it's like stellar good, do you think it'll just be like nothing, or just kind of
no. People are going to talk about Star Trek Picard because they're going to be like, oh, this is like the Next Generation season 8.
That's
because
good.
It's here's the thing. There is, like with Avatar 2, there is an element of Star Trek The Next Generation's greatest hits with Picard season 3. But It's so much fun to watch. It has a great, big, epic, sprawling, fun story. And the characters, the next generation characters, all of them have never been better. Their performances have never been better. They've never been better. They're clearly having a great time. And there's a really interesting storyline going on. And I think people are going to love it.
Thanks, Binary Sunset. Thank you for joining us. By the way, Rob, it's interesting that you say that because I had shown my wife back when Picard Season 1 came out, which interestingly, that was when you came to Portland that first time that we met. We were just talking. I remember over drinks, we talked about how disappointed we were in those first 2 episodes.
Yeah, and you bought the drinks.
And I bought the drinks. But I had shown her at the time the first couple of episodes, and she had zero interest. I showed her the trailer because she had watched Next Gen with me more as a general fan than a Star Trek fan. But when she saw the trailer for Season 3, she was spewing out all the names of all the characters. She was totally like excited about seeing it. So I think it's going to have an impact for a lot of people who have missed what the show should have been in the first place.
Well, I think one of the interesting things about Star Trek Picard is none of it is you also have to play up to your audience expectation.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that Picard is on Chateau Picard, like writing books all depressed and morose,
right,
is not Captain Picard.
No.
That's something you look at, like Patrick Stewart, the actor, came up with. And so immediately, I didn't believe that. Yeah. And I don't think Star Trek fans, longtime fans, are watching this. We're an easy lay.
Yeah.
We'll take, if it's, we are, make it good, we'll watch it. But modern Star Trek is really difficult because on every step of the way, the people that are making modern Star Trek now, they think there's something wrong with Star Trek as it exists, and that they're trying to make it better.
Mm-hmm.
And my whole thing with that is that that's absurd, and you're wrong. And all of these examples, I mean, we've been living in a world where I think there's a reason why classical storytelling works, and yet we're going through a time where there's a lot of noise coming from various people about. Here's the thing, I am a fan of allowing everybody to have a voice and to be who they are and to get the credit and whatever opportunities that they want. Now though, what we have is our culture. There's a loud group of people that want to either tear down our culture, let's all be collectivists or communists or whatever. And I'm like, you haven't done the work. You're asking a lot of a civilization where you haven't done the work, and you're making all these demands of things. And I'm like, how do you expect people to go along with what you're saying when you're demanding things of them, and yet you're not backing up your demands with showing what are the great results of this, and where can we hope to go? Because look, everybody in the world, the people that exist in the world, everybody needs a voice. Everybody deserves to live their best life. Everybody deserves opportunity. And we've lived in a world where for many millennia, groups of people were literally considered non-human. Mm-hmm. And so, but that said, you also have to understand that we do live there's a continuum here. And when you show up like a bull in a china shop and expect to wreck everyone's shit and then expect them to respect you and give you what you want, that's unrealistic. Mm-hmm. And we have to figure out ways of I think the best way of changing people's minds about anything is to participate. Work alongside people. Like, it becomes very apparent when you work alongside people to make something, create something, whether you're whatever, that people's individual differences cease to become a factor. Yeah. And the things that bring us together, which is the desire to accomplish a goal or change a law or do something, that becomes at the forefront. And seeing that we have the same goals and things, that's how people end up working together and cooperating. And I mean, I've often thought, I'm not Amish, but I've often thought that everybody should have to raise a barn. You know, like in Witness.
Witness,
Make the neighborhood come together, bring everybody,
right?
You know, and we all raise a barn, and everybody's gonna do well. And you know what's funny? I've seen people like, there have been times, just a couple, like last month, my tire blew out on my car. I was around the corner from the house, and I was on a particular stretch of road that was pretty dark, but it was close to the house. 3 people stopped. And I have a Hyundai, I have a Prius, so there's no, I used to have a Hyundai, I had the Elantra, now I have a Prius. There's no spare tire. So the tire was destroyed. And 3 people stopped and asked me if I needed help. And could somebody call somebody? And I said, no, you know, I called roadside assistance, they're gonna come and have it towed. But 3 people stopped.
Yeah.
And what that tells me is that the world is not the bad place that everybody. Sure, there's lots of bad people. Like I wouldn't want to live in Haiti right now,
right.
where it's not a lot of good is happening in Haiti, and we're not doing enough to help them. So, but I think the world ultimately is a good place, and I think that people individually are pretty great. Sure, there's shitty people all over the place, but I think for the most part, you know, if we could get our act together, and if people could get together and do work together, create things together. That's the problem. We're not doing enough where people are going to get together and do something collectively. Look, I once said, I think everybody's mom, we should have a great potluck where we get together with everyone's mom and they cook their favorite meals, and we all sit down and sample everyone's mom's meals.
Yeah.
You know what somebody told me? Oh, that's great. Do you think women should just be in the kitchen cooking? I'm like, okay, you know, it was a metaphor.
Right.
You know, the point is that you sit down at a meal,
sharing
everybody likes
cultures.
to eat.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's the best way. Get everyone's moms together to cook and you sit down and you sample each other's cultures, you break bread. Everybody likes that.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know if that's going to give us better Star Trek, though.
We got Blue Sunrise joining us. Speaking of good people out there, Blue Sunrise, you should be ready to unmute, and I'm bringing.
By the way,
in.
I've always appreciated how your avatar, this animation, works great with your voice, even when you just clear your throat. That was perfect. I love that. That's awesome.
Thanks. That's cool. Cool. I worked really hard trying to get these mouth movements to like sync up with the right vowels. You know,
it's pretty great. It's better than actual anime.
Really?
Yeah, it's
well, that's a wonderful compliment.
It's pretty great. You did a great job.
Thanks. Well, it's good to talk to you. It's been a minute. I missed the last meeting you guys had.
We've been pretty consistent, thanks to Roberto. We haven't like it's been pretty much every other. I like it too.
Yeah, it has been consistent. I've been watching. I just haven't been. I didn't get to participate. But the first thing I wanted to talk to you about was the other day, I had this great idea for a Batman movie. And it just popped into my head out of nowhere. And I'm like, yeah, that is an awesome concept. I got to share this with Rob. So here's the concept, basically. The movie would be a Robin solo film. But, and they could go like Dick Grayson or Tim Drake or Jason Todd, whatever. I think Tim Drake maybe would probably be more interesting, but
yeah, I like
because
Tim
they've never
Drake.
done
Jason
that
Todd's
before.
A dick. And
Yeah,
Dick
he
Grayson.
is a little bit of.
I've always liked Tim Drake.
Yeah, Tim Drake is he's a fun character. I think his origin in the comics is really cool.
Yeah,
and it would adapt well to the live action. But so basically, the idea is it would be like a prequel to Batman, and it would be the movie would be told from the perspective of Robin as he's living in the city and discovering that there's a Batman and all these things are happening around him. And then it basically leads up to him, you know, discovering Batman's Bruce Wayne and the Batcave and all that, and then, you know, unfolds. And you kind of don't. It's like a kind of like, you know, like a Prometheus is to Aliens, kind of.
Right.
Like you don't really know it's a prequel until you start to get through the movie. You're like, oh, piece the puzzles together. I gotcha. You know, and I'm just like, no, that sounds like it would make an awesome movie.
I like that idea. Like you make it a character study, and you it's like a bait and switch. You don't know, like you're watching this kid. He comes to the big city. You don't call it Gotham. You know, it's
right.
And maybe that's and he goes through his life, and he gets I love that idea. And at the end, you you find out that he's actually Tim Drake and he's Robin. Like that,
Well,
I like that idea.
Yeah.
I don't know
It's
if
like a big
anybody.
reveal.
I mean, if you wrote a great script,
Yeah.
that I mean, it would have to be great because you'd have to have
Mhm.
there would have to be a story for that character that has a great beginning, a middle, and an end. That
Right.
so the audience, the surprise would be that it's actually Robin.
Yeah, exactly. Like the first half would be build up, and then the second half of the movie would be all payoff, and you're like, oh, Batman and Robin are teaming up now. And
Yeah. I like that idea. That's cool.
Yeah, if only I was a writer. Actually, I'm an artist. I
It's a
draw.
good
things.
idea.
I draw.
I'm in. I'll watch it. I'll pre-order my ticket weeks in advance. So the box office.
See, I knew you. I was like, this is a good. I think Robin
good
would
idea.
like this one. Yeah. Well, anyways, I also wanted to say that I got to see Avatar 2 recently.
What'd you think?
That is the best movie I've seen since Top Gun. My God, that was so entertaining.
Yeah,
Like, that was such an experience.
I thought so too. I mean, it was an experience. That's what it was.
Yeah,
And,
it was like right up there with Top Gun for me, like as far as just entertainment value and just like the cinematics of it, like one of the things I thought of when I was watching some of those action scenes where they do like the 4D and it's really immersive. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, oh my God, how freaking cool would it be to see like a Star Wars movie done in this style? With the 4D.
It would be great. The thing is, you'd need a director like James Cameron designed the cameras,
Right.
that they shot that with, and I think the problem
It's a new tech.
Yeah, and what people don't give him enough credit for is his actual shot succession, like the actual shots. That's what directing a movie is. Each shot is setting up, and each successive shot is setting up. You're trying to set up a mood. You're trying to create something, whether it's emotion or elation or excitement or whatever. He really has, just like Spielberg, but in a different way, understands where to put a camera and how to utilize the frame, and then how to utilize the next frame to optimize what happened in the previous frame. He's an amazing director. Now, do I think that he's ever going to make a film of great profundity? No, I don't.
That's a good word.
But that's what he does is he's very good at what he does, and in a way, he's what I would call a blue collar filmmaker. He's a blue collar filmmaker with a white collar or a scientific mind.
Yeah.
But his movies, I mean, he used to be a truck driver.
His attention to detail, like he really gets into those fine gritty detail. I love the ship designs, the mech designs. Oh my goodness.
This is a funny thing, but at the beginning of Avatar, the first Avatar, I talk about this with my friend Dave Hargrove all the time. When the ship, the big winged, the giant, the transport thing that brings them from their ship down to Pandora, when it comes down and you see the contrails coming off the edge of the tail, the wing section, peak verisimilitude. Just that effect shot, you're looking at it going, because I just watched Avatar last weekend, the original, in prep for this. The details in the original Avatar, all that stuff is, you just buy it. The mining tools they have, it was really funny. The one thing, like when you meet Edie Falco in this movie, she's in her own mech thing. It was weird, this spindly, but it works. I mean, I'm like, I'd want one of those. Why not?
Great to see you, Blue Sunrise. Thanks for joining us. Last but not least.
Certainly not least.
The
goofiest of the goof.
The goofiest of the goof. The moderator.
The goof emeritus.
The moderator.
Emeritus.
Maximus moderator.
Emeritus.
Mr. Tom Jr. Jackson. Welcome, Tom.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
You're looking good, man.
Next Saturday is my birthday.
Really? Is that the 24th?
Yeah.
Do you get double presents?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, that's good. Because man, it would be a nightmare. My greatest nightmare as a kid. I was happy my birthday was in May because I was almost equidistant between the holidays and my birthday, which made every year bearable. But to have your birthday on the 24th, man,
that's rough.
Better get double presents.
I'm turning 47.
What did you ask Santa for?
A new laptop.
Oh, nice. There you go.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Frank Zappa, and the mamas say happy birthday.
I just got this the other day, the Perry Mason movie collection.
Oh, nice. I
I've
didn't
been
even know that
watching-
existed.
Yeah, it's all the old TV movies that they did. It's 30 movies on 15 discs.
Wow. You know what I've
Yeah,
decided I need? I need the Columbo box set. I don't even know if there is
Yes.
one. But
Yeah, there is, I believe.
I become obsessed with watching clips of Columbo, and I realized that one of my favorite movies of all time is Wim Wenders' Wings of Desire. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but Peter Falk comes back and basically he's playing Columbo.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, the night
himself,
that I watched it, the night that I watched Wings of Desire, I was watching it and RM was watching it, and we're texting each other. We're like, this is a great movie. Yeah, this is great. We're going back and forth about it. We're just texting each other back and forth about this movie and stuff. Yeah, it's a great movie.
It's a great. What I love about that movie is Peter Falk is playing himself as an actor who played the character of Columbo, but then you find out he was once an angel who fell to earth and sold this armor, and now he's just he was an angel. And of course, because if anybody was an angel, Peter Falk was an angel. It's so great.
Which in the movie City of Angels, it's Dennis Franz.
Right. Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
So 2 TV cops.
Not a great remake though.
No.
The
no.
lyricism of the original is lost.
And I saw The Way of Water yesterday morning.
What'd you think?
I really liked that. And it was the bonding of the boy and the whale that got me.
Yeah.
That, and then you seeing it from the whale's perception.
Oh, dude, I love that when the whale first speaks with subtitles. I was sitting in the theater going, of course. Of course. It's the greatest
And
thing
then
ever.
at the end of the movie, the entire audience started clapping.
Oh, wow. Yeah, same with my by the way, Mikey's still here. I know he's not the biggest Way of Water fan. I want to hear from you, buddy. You got to come live. Come on, dude. I want to know. I want to know. I know. I want to know. It's okay. I don't want to press you into it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you want to come on board?
Yeah,
put him on the
it was
queue.
great.
I am
It was
pressuring you
a lot of fun.
into
I really liked that bonding of that. I like the bonding of the father and sons, and Sigourney Weaver. My God, what a performance she gave!
I you know what? I love that character. I love, I watched her she was on Jimmy Kimmel, and I just love her. And people forget. Remember, she first was directed by James Cameron back in '85 when they were making Aliens.
Yeah.
So she goes way back, and the fact that he brought her back to play her own daughter, I love that. I thought it was great.
And then I found out that Kate Winslet broke the underwater holding your breath record. She beat Tom Cruise's record.
Yeah, I gotta say though, I thought there wasn't enough of her in the movie. Her character was, should we say, thin.
Yeah, but then again, they just said that the rumor is he's handed in Avatar 3.
Well, yeah,
it's a 9-hour cut. But what he's going to do is he's going to finish it, do all the visuals, and then edit it.
Well, yeah, and so he shot about, according to many people I've seen interviewed, 95% of Avatar 3 was shot, and I knew they were shooting them both back to back. But it's going to be interesting to see what he does with all of that.
Yeah, so I think there's a bigger story there that's coming, and he said even if this one doesn't do well, he'll be able to take it and cap it off with the third one.
Yeah, but I think it's already doing well. So, I mean, people don't understand that Avatar was a slow burn anyway. The box office, people kept going back and seeing it. One of the big problems is everyone knows they have to see it in IMAX 3D, and there are not a lot of in the United States. We don't have that many IMAX 3D theaters, so and they're all sold out. Like if you try to go see it, it's really difficult to get tickets to the theater, and that was, I mean, if nothing else, it was just an experience. It was fun to sit in a theater with a bunch of people that love what they were watching.
Yeah,
like with Top Gun Maverick.
Thanks for seeing. Good to see you, Tom. Rob, I was surprised that they're doing just IMAX non-3D releases, because I thought that would also be a way for folks who don't want to deal with the glasses but would like a more immersive experience. I'm not finding many theaters just playing either it's the standard version and a standard screen, or it's 3D, digital 3D, or IMAX 3D.
Yeah, well, I think that the point of the movie, I mean, is to obviously, of all the 3D movies ever made, that he created new technology to do it in 3D.
Right.
And I thought the variable frame rate was really interesting.
Okay.
Sometimes from shot to shot, one was 48 frames and one was 24. It was really, I thought it was fascinating because that's a hard thing to do. He figured out a way. I mean, you can still tell the difference.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought it worked. Some people said it didn't for them, and I respect that. But I thought it was all very fascinating. I mean, it was. Yeah. When you think that there was nothing there.
I know.
I mean, it's such a crazy, and it's not animated. I mean, you're still taking the performances. You can see that
capture,
those.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. Motion capture, it's unbelievable.
So, Rob, we're done with our queue of folks. I wonder if Mikey wanted to jump in and do a quick point counter.
Oh, yeah. Bring it on. I want to hear Mikey Lito. Yeah,
so
let's hear it. All right, man.
Mikey, I've unmuted you, and or you can unmute now. I'm going to go ahead and add you here.
Look, man, I'm not going to say anything. The floor is yours.
No, first of all, I liked the movie.
Oh.
I did a 6-minute video on this movie.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I got to watch that. I'll tweet it out.
It's not that the movie wasn't technically proficient. My problem was with the story. It's the exact same story as the first film. First of all, before I go any further, I don't want to yuck anybody's yum here.
No, it's okay.
So
you're a man. You are very well respected here.
Yeah.
Tom, happy birthday next week, because I won't see you before your birthday. So happy birthday, and everybody else, happy holidays. You can turn the stream off now because I'm going to go off.
I want you to.
It was the exact same story. And if Avatar 3 and Avatar 4 are exactly like this film, I know exactly what to expect, because we have earth and we have fire left, and it's going to be the exact same story. They're bringing the colonel or the general or whatever he was back. So we're still going to have him ranting and raving like he always does. We'll have to have another character because Spider did Jake in this film. So we'll have to have another character that does Jake and Spider in the next film. The movie was technically proficient. I wasn't really impressed with the 3D. The 3D was fine. I thought the 3D in Jaws, the original 3D, was actually better. But the 3D is fine. If you like 3D, you'll get through it. It was unbelievably long. But I still enjoyed it. Like you, Rob, I stayed until the credits was over and then immediately rushed to the bathroom. But what really annoys me, the last 3 days, we're supposed to be in a community that sticks together because we were ostracized earlier in our lifetimes.
Yes.
And just the mere fact that anyone disagrees with the overwhelming love fest that has been thrown James Cameron's way in the last 3 days, you make me hate that I feel differently than you feel. And I like the film. I am a member of a community that is ostracized because we feel differently about sexual orientation than other groups do. And it's the same thing in that community as in this one that I'm feeling now. I can walk down Santa Monica Boulevard. I'm a big man. I'm 280 pounds. I'm not sleek. I can walk down Santa Monica Boulevard and I get harassed by other gay people. And that's exactly how I felt the last 3 days about this film. I like the film.
But in terms of how do you feel ostracized?
Because the entire discussion the last 3 days, including last night on your program, and you know I love you three guys.
Yeah.
It's like anybody that disagrees with like the 100% love fest of this and what, well, all of a sudden I use the term fandom Taliban.
Yeah, but here's
all of
the
a
thing.
sudden you're part of the fandom Taliban. And no, I'm not.
But you're welcome to speak your mind here. I would never want to squelch your opinion.
No, I understand that. Although you did spank me last night.
Well, yeah, but it was just fun because you used the word Taliban.
No, you spanked me last night about doing the joke about the tumbler. I asked if you and Leo played with the tumbler when nobody was looking.
But that was funny. I mean, you know, it was all that's all good fun.
That was the intent.
Yeah. No, but look, I think, but I do think your point is well taken. You know, in the sense that here's where I think what is I think everything that you're saying about the film being very similar. I mean, I think that the big addition to this to Way of Water is the familial element of it in terms of parents and children. And I think that was something that was new and that was added because Cameron now is the father of 5. And I thought it was really, I think that element
Actually, I learned from you last night. That I did not know.
Yeah, and I do think that that's something that, look, I have to say that one of the things that I really liked about this movie was this sense of Jake Sully has an adoptive daughter. They have their kid, their spider, the human kid, and they've got this kind of ragtag extended family.
Which is one reason why I brought up the gay community, because anybody that is a member of the gay community knows anything and everything about extended family.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did think that was something new, though, that we didn't have in the first Avatar. And what I really liked was the fact that, you know, I'm an adoptee myself, and I like the fact that Sigourney Weaver's character, there was never any question that she wasn't part of that family, you know, and even Spider too. They called him the cousin, but I thought I was surprisingly moved by that, by the familial element in Way of Water. Oh wait, we can't hear you.
Sorry, we ran out of time, and I didn't know if we actually did this in 3 hours and 40 minutes today, Rob. So I don't know. Do you want me to bring Mikey back, or do you want to?
Yeah, no, bring him back. Let him finish. Yeah.
All right, hold on.
As long as I get out of here in 15 minutes, I'll be okay.
Okay, sounds good. So let me go ahead and of course now I've muted you again. So hold on, Mikey. Let me get the. Okay, you should be able to unmute now, Mike.
Okay, I'm just going to give a video recommendation and then I'm going to shut up.
All right.
I fell asleep after watching Musings last night. I kind of knew that you weren't going to do randos, so because I was going to come on, I was going to violate the rule and come on,
Well, I would have let you on. If you ever want to come on, just text me and I'll put you
Oh,
on.
I'm always in the green room. But I respect your request to bring other people on. That's not a
Yeah,
that's
but the difference is I always know that we're going to get some cogent, interesting discourse from you.
Well, I appreciate that. But anyway, so I fell asleep, and when I woke up, there was a video on, and you always talk about how there's interesting content. You know, if you have 2 hours, you can find a lot of interesting content somewhere. There's a channel on YouTube. The handle is @Timeline Channel, obviously all together.
Okay.
And they're doing they were doing a series on the history of the Americas before 1491.
Wow. Okay.
And I suggest that just people tune that in. I found that more impactful than watching Avatar and Avatar 2, because I watched Avatar 1 twice on Wednesday and then went into Avatar 2 on Thursday. And what I watched this morning, I actually found more impactful. Because my question for you, and I'll just leave it as a question.
Is it just called Timeline?
Timeline is the name of the channel.
Okay, I just subscribed to it.
And I'm going to leave you with a question, and you don't have to answer it now because I know there's time pressure. My question is, what do you want the audience, and I don't mean us, the people from the PGS, what do you want general audiences to get out of watching the Avatar series? And like that, and like your comments about the Fablemans, which I saw you do on Campria, so we're pretty close. We're pretty close on the Fablemans.
Yeah.
But I'm very much interested in your opinion about the question I just asked. And to everyone else, I'm sorry I got a little heated.
No, dude, you don't ever have to apologize to us.
No.
I really wasn't going to say anything tonight because I'm really explosive about this.
But I goaded you into it. You have to.
You're always welcome to express your opinions here with us, Mikey, and your feelings. That's never going to be not allowed. So,
but it's a really great question that you ask. Mm-hmm. I mean, you know, what would I, or what would I hope people? First of all, the first thing I would hope people would take away from the Avatar franchise is a sense of wonder. That first and foremost, when you're watching this movie, that it is transportive, that it is taking you someplace that is fun to go to, that you are elated going there, and that it puts a smile on your face like any grand entertainment. Because this movie, the Avatar franchise, does not, it's not going to make you introspective about, you know, your life, really. I don't think. I mean, maybe it will, but what I would hope that it would, more than anything, I hope that it would make people stop and take stock of the world around them, the physical, natural world that we live in, and how not just we, but people we know and love relate to that world, and what does it matter? How much does the world around us matter? How much should it matter? And it should matter a lot. And I think, if anything, we take for granted this planet and our environment. We walk around, we don't think about it ever. And I think we're in a situation where we're going headlong into a future where, and I'm not going to be here, so why should I give a shit? But the romantic in me still thinks, look, the pyramids are here. When ancient Rome was at its height, the pyramids were 2,000 years old already. And I would like to believe that you know, we have such a precarious place, that there's this planet, the fact that it exists in the Goldilocks zone, the fact that we are all here, now the of existing at all is amazing. I just wish that we would take stock in the fact that we are here, that we are breathing clean air, that we have clean water to drink, and that we do have this planet that provides us great sustenance. And I would hope that maybe the Avatar movies would help, if nothing else, make people think twice before they, I don't know, throw a bag of fast food detritus out of their car instead of throwing it away in a garbage can.
I don't disagree with you. I would just hope, and I guess this is what bugs me on a daily basis. Well, not a daily basis, but I do think about it. I would just hope that we wouldn't need films to remind us of these things. All we need to do is like look around and see what's happening around us. And I know that's asking a lot. Just like earlier, somebody asked us in chat to drop a link about, you were talking about the microplastics in New Zealand. And I'm sitting here thinking, Google doesn't exist. I have to drop a link for you.
Right. I mean, we live in a, I think we live in a world of wonder everywhere you look. And this, by the way, this Google, I forget what it's, or this chat bot. I was listening to this presentation on.
I know I sent you a link the other day about something AI.
I didn't see it. I must not have looked at it.
It's about basically like AI taking over our lives as far as doing creative things. And
yeah. I mean,
and everybody is just so incredibly lazy that they don't want to do it themselves. And I'm going, well, like, what are you going to be doing if like AI is doing it for you?
Well, what was terrifying to me was the fact that kids now are not going to, they're not going to learn anything. It's already bad enough that we live in a Wikipedia world, but the critical thinking skills are going to be out the window. People just have to know, I'll give these keywords out, I'll get kicked back a paper that I can, and then I just rewrite a few things. And
I wonder how many people can do math on paper or even write anything long.
I don't know. I mean, it's crazy to me.
So anyway, I know you got to go. Roberto, thank you.
Of course, Mikey, anytime.
And like I said, everybody have happy holidays and what have you. You don't have to watch the video. Anything that I was going to say in that 6 minutes, I've already said here. So
I'm going to watch a video anyway.
We'll watch it anyway.
By the way, Mikey, where's your channel? Where can people find you on
it's the handle is at Mikey Lito Live.
Mikey Lito Live, at Mikey Lito Live. Go watch the video.
Great.
Roberto, tell us about your show.
We're going to be back next Saturday, right before Christmas, doing ¿Qué pasa PGS? The PGS's show 97% in Spanish. So, and hopefully
I'll be there for that.
Maybe Rob will get to join us this time. I know last weekend you went a little bit long, so you overslept. You couldn't join us last weekend, but maybe this weekend you'll be able to join us. Alex Montano and I get to talk about all the stuff that we love to talk about. We just get to do it in Spanish, so it's a lot of fun.
Well, I want to thank all the members for generously supporting this channel. These member chats are great.
Rob, we actually have a few more. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have a few more super chats that I figured we could read before we closed out.
Of course, let's do it. So let me just say that thank you all for supporting the channel and being members.
Yeah.
And Gil gave 20 memberships to people last night. And,
wow.
This was a great chat.
That's awesome. Well, V sent a super sticker, so thank you for the £2 and the super sticker there. Binary Sunset Media just wanted to follow up with a few points. He says that he forgot to mention that he's working on a cut of Star Trek 3 based on your notes.
Wow.
That'd be awesome to see. And also,
I want to see that.
And hold on. And then he also says regarding the Jodorowsky's 2 Blu-ray, it is from France and it's $417 currently on Amazon. So that's where that originates. It's a French Jodorowsky's
like
Blu-ray.
the fucking French with their To Live and Die in LA book Blu-ray. I ordered that shit and then they told me, oh, sorry, it's not there.
And then AJ had a comment regarding the stuff we were talking about earlier about DC. I don't know why everyone is being so bitter over this DC thing. The studio had the most popular character in comic book history in 3 movies over a 10-year span. Probably
I agree.
Referring to Batman there.
Well, no, Superman.
For Superman.
Yeah, Zack
Okay.
Snyder's Superman, Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, and now Zack Snyder's Superman.
Got it.
I agree. We got a trilogy. Like, I would have liked to have seen another Man of Steel movie, but we still got 3 Henry Cavill Superman films. It's just that, you know, they weren't the kind of movies that we wanted. What people want is an uplifting Superman movie.
Yeah.
They want to smile when they watch a Superman.
Yeah, I was thinking there was a story called American Alien, I think.
Yeah,
that also
that was written by
what's
Max
his name?
Landis.
Yeah,
Max
Landis.
Landis wrote.
And I thought that, you know, when I heard about a young Superman, I thought, okay, those are some interesting takes there with young Superman.
Yep.
Kelvin Wolburn also shared a tip here and says, just remember, we will be in Golga Frinchen Arc B. Do you know what that is, Rob?
I don't know.
Okay. Just remember, we will be
Hang
in
on.
Golga Frinchen, GOLGAFRINCHAN. Kelvin, if you want to explain, if you want to send in the chat what that is.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that is a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference.
Oh, got it. It's a reference to Hitchhikers.
Yeah, and that is this is a deep cut that I didn't remember. Now I remember it. The Golga Frencham Ark Fleet Ship B was a starship designed to relocate the largely redundant, useless part of the population from the planet of Golga Frencham. The ship was led by the captain, with number 1 and 2 next in charge.
Well, all right. Well,
That's
Rob,
right. And now that's our Ford and Arthur. That's all coming back. That's very hysterical. A notation in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy about the Golga Frencham after the departure of the B Ark states that the entire remaining population subsequently died from a virulent disease contracted from a dirty telephone. So there you go.
There you go.
Wow, that's a deep cut. I forgot all about that.
Rob, are you going to be doing any shows later today?
I might. I don't know yet. I don't know.
Okay.
I really want to watch my Silent Running 4K disc.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do. It's like now before I do Let's Get Physical Media, I try and watch everything I buy.
Yeah.
So I could be able. Now it's funny because since the guys at Kino Lorber contacted me, I feel like if they send me stuff, I want to be able to like watch it, and talk about it.
Of course.
And but I'm gonna make my Warner Brothers rant video.
Okay.
I'm gonna do
Sounds
that
good.
because
right.
they deserve it.
Yeah. No, I think that's a great topic to talk about. Especially
I downloaded.
given what
I
we
think I'm
discussed.
actually going to make a video, and I've also got the costume designer for Avatar and Titanic.
Nice.
And I'm going to do another Designing Hollywood tonight. Got to finish it up. But watch Anna Terrazas because she was really good. She did Bardo.
Okay, great. Yeah.
I loved her. She was great. Really good interview.
Awesome.
She's really good.
Well, I think that's it, Rob. We got
All right. Well, thank you, Roberto, for
Sure
making
thing.
these chats possible. Thanks for sitting in and being great. And que pasa, PGS? I can't wait for the next episode.
Next
It's really,
Saturday.
really good.
Yep.
All right. And thank all of you for being here. This was a lot of fun. And I guess I'll see you later.
We'll see you next time. Hold on.
Remember,
Yeah.
every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen.
Bye, everybody.
I'll see you later.